this listed as like King Kong versus Godzilla in the retail world, but I'm curious with you.
Yeah, fighting back and forth for the best deals.
Do you use Walmart? I know we use Amazon, but do you use Walmart with any regularity?
Not really.
Okay.
No, I used to years ago, but then when I moved right down the street from a Target, that sort of became my go-to.
Changed, yeah.
Yeah. Target is getting in on the action with its own deal days until June 22nd. Best Buy's Bigger Deals Savings event is also underway until June 22nd. Promotions include up to 50% off small kitchen appliances, in addition to $250 off select gaming laptops and up to $400 off select Samsung Galaxy phones. Experts gave some general advice for shoppers, but I'm going to give you my advice instead.
Okay.
Which is actually the same thing, so I'm pretty much an expert.
Yeah.
But basically, they're saying don't get caught up in the sale. You still have to look at the prices and do a little research on the sale item to make sure that it's listed at a higher price on other platforms to make sure you're actually getting a deal. I always do. Even if it's like, the biggest sale ever, I'm like, let me just see, if you're at Target, what does Amazon have it for? Or,
I do that all the time. You check a few sites.
Yeah, and make sure you're looking for things that you already need. Otherwise, you're just spending money and it's not really a bargain. In sports this morning.
Ball sacks are yummy.
The top-seeded Sixers were eliminated from the NBA playoffs after a 103-96 loss to the Atlanta Hawks last night in South Philly.
What the is this?
Trae Young made a late three-pointer and scored 21 points to help the Hawks in the win. The Hawks will open their first East Final since 2015 against the Bucks on Wednesday night in Milwaukee. Utah, who was also a number one seed, was eliminated by the LA Clippers over the weekend. This marks only the second year since 1973 when neither number one seed made it to the conference finals. Wilmer Flores had 4 hits, and the Giants routed the Phillies 11-2 yesterday afternoon in San Francisco.
What the f- is this?
I know. Brandon Crawford hit his 16th home run, and Mike Yastrzemski combined with Flores for consecutive home runs in the first inning off Zach Eflin, who took the loss. San Francisco has 107 home runs, tied with Toronto for the major league lead. The Phils are off today before returning home tomorrow night as they open up a 2-game series against the Washington Nationals. And in the NHL, Robin Lehner stopped 27 shots starting in place of Marc-Andre Fleury. Quebec native Nicolas Roy scored a minute 18 into overtime with much of his family in attendance, and the Golden Knights rallied to a 2-1 win over the Canadiens in Montreal to even the series at 2-2. And that's what I have for you this morning.
All right, thank you very much, Kathy. And yes, sorry that everybody's licking the wounds this morning. The season's over; it's done. And and I didn't get a chance to hear it, but I was in the other room doing show prep. But we had the playback from Rob McElhenney, who was swearing up and down that they were going to win.
Well,
for
they won on Friday.
without question. Yeah, they did win on Friday.
So he's partially right.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
But here we are once again in Philadelphia, suffering a loss. And
but it almost feels like an old friend.
It is, right?
An old friend.
We're used to it.
Oh, hello,
buddy.
Disappointment, our old friend.
Oh, there you are.
Hi, I know you.
All right, but we have some other things maybe to distract you from those thoughts. We have a new Word of the Week prize. We have a Sweet Escape, they're calling it, and it's a package from Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Atlantic City, and it's a midweek stay and a $100 dinner voucher, a spa package as well. So we'll do the letter at the end of the show. You know how that whole thing works. We also have a couple of guests joining us this morning. We have a big friggin' deal that's today on MMR, and it very well may only last today, and that's it. We'll see how that is, but it is a one same-day ride and water park combo ticket for just $40 for Maurice Piers. And with that, we're going to have Jack Morey of Maurice Piers on later on this morning to talk a little bit about what's going on at the pier and so on, and we'll see how long that big friggin' deal lasts, but it's at WMMR.com. And if you would like it, you better go get it right now because it goes on sale as we speak. And we'll see what's up in Jack's world. We had him out to the Keenan's live broadcast a couple of years ago, and he was like, "What is this?"
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you guys are just out there to the whole setup, and you were shooting a video.
Correct.
And, that's. You came back glowing. You guys loved it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, listen.
You've been there many times.
I've been there.
You're an old hand.
Yeah.
I went riding through there yesterday, actually. I took Rochelle through rotor bikes back into the area that, back by Pig Dog, if you will.
Pig Dog.
Was it open?
No, it was still early. It was like 10:30 or something like that. But, but nonetheless, we'll talk to Jack Morey this morning, and we're going to have the Union head coach Jim Curtin on. He just signed a 2-year contract extension. And of course, we had the announcement along with Rob McElhenney that the Philadelphia Union are going to be playing Wrexham AFC Thursday, July 29th for a friendly match. Yeah. And Rob and company, we're hoping that we'll see if everybody, I don't know who else is going to be from Always Sunny will be there. Maybe Deadpool himself, Ryan Reynolds, who is a co-owner of the team with Rob, and we'll be doing live broadcasts. It's a free event. Details coming soon on how you can get tickets just for a donation to Phil Abundance and Cora, meaning a food donation. So that's exciting. That's Thursday, July 29th. So we'll talk to Coach a little bit later on this morning around 9 o'clock. Also, something I want to do is we have these giveaways. It is an advanced screening for F9, the Fast Saga. And it's it's tomorrow, actually.
Yeah.
And it will be at UA King of Prussia.
I watched a trailer for it over the weekend, Steve, and I'm not kidding. Vin Diesel must have said family 3 times. In it.
Seriously?
I swear to God. And so I started laughing, and my girlfriend turned to me. She's like, "What are you laughing at?" I was like, "It's Steve. Steve's in my head, and he's in this movie, and he's 100% right."
Right. It's always about family.
It's
Never
always
forget
about
that.
Family.
So we have a lot of these giveaways. Bill Weston's out of town, right?
Oh, yeah, we can do whatever we want.
He's our family.
I'm going to do 10.
Oh,
You
man.
desperate
now
son of a
Bill's
bitch.
tossing and
Hats away.
turning.
Hates that number.
10. Someone saying 10. 10.
We'll take 10 callers, 215-263 WMMR. It's tomorrow at 7 o'clock, UA King of Prussia, and it is F9 in the Fast Saga. So let's get you taken care of. With that, we'll take a break, come back in a second. The Entertainment Report, stuff to give away, things to talk about. We'll do it in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Do you or someone you love suffer from PWS? Pathetic wardrobe syndrome? WMMR is here to help. A pretend clinical fake study we totally made up shows a visit to the WMMR.com rock shop may reduce PWS with lots of items made
We're going to do the stupid question giveaway, a $50 Metro Diner gift card, and listener Chuck sent in a suggestion for this. So I will ask this question. It's from Kathy's favorite movie. In the movie Speed, what is the number of the bus? It's on the top of the bus, 215-263-WMMR. Call now if you know the answer.
I just remember looking at the number because it was just on the other night, Kathy. I was laughing my ass off. In fact, the very same day we had talked about how much you hate the movie, and I noticed the number on top of the bus, Preston. I thought, I bet you that'd be a good question. Well, here we are.
Let's see if you know. 215-263-WMMR. Give us a call. We have a bunch of birthdays on Monday, June 21st. We will start with two of them. Mm-hmm. Meredith Baxter and Michael Gross, who played the Keatons on Family Ties and were born on the exact same day. They are both 74 years old today. We had both of them in our studio.
One of my favorite shows.
It was awesome.
They were
it?
great.
Yeah.
And they actually, even though they were just co-workers, they did have sort of a married vibe to them. It was very cool.
And you know what was funny is when Meredith Baxter was in, we played her a clip from Deadpool.
Yeah.
Where Deadpool and this other guy are talking about these various things, and one of them is giving a Dutch oven to Meredith Baxter Bernie, and she hadn't heard that line.
Yeah.
And she was a little bit confused by it, nonetheless. But
she's great.
Turned 74 along with Michael Gross. They were great.
I love this, Preston. I forgot we did this picture. We recreated the family portrait from the show.
Oh, my
with
God.
With them behind us. Oh, that's awesome.
I love that.
Yeah.
I want to celebrate that. All right, other birthdays today. Another one out of your fan book, Steve. Bernie Capel.
Bernie Capel.
Dr. Adam Bricker.
We just talked to him.
On the Love Boat.
Well, and a.k.a. the rape boat. That's what it is, yeah. But it's, he was great, and he was talking about the absurdity of the people that they would pair them with.
Yeah.
And all the time, the super hot actresses they were hooking him up with.
But of his character on that show, I think it forwarded the notion that if you're a doctor, you can bang anything you want.
Absolutely.
And that was pretty much the message it was sent, because he was considered
the guy.
player.
He was yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Amongst that crew, and they all got some all the time.
Yeah.
In fact, as people would walk in, the guest stars, they would select the ones they were going to bang.
Wow.
At the beginning. I mean, they wouldn't officially, but that's what they were doing.
He's 88 today, Bernie Capel. Juliette Lewis, the actress.
Yes.
Cape Fear, Natural Born Killers, whole bunch of stuff. She turns 48 years old today.
She's great in Starsky and Hutch, too.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
She was Vince Vaughn's girlfriend.
Right.
Prince William has his birthday today. Heir to the British throne, Duke of Cambridge, son of Prince Charles. And William is celebrating his 39th birthday today. Scored a very lovely lady in Kate. And how many kids do they have? They have two, right?
3 now.
Three,
Yeah.
God,
I
I've
just
lost
saw
track.
a picture.
I like him. I think they were showing footage of them doing they always chronicle whatever the royals are doing, but they seem, I don't know, bizarrely for where they are in life and what their station is, accessible.
He is 39 years old today. Cue the music from the Kinks, because it is Ray Davies' birthday today. I've been on a Kinks kick.
They're great
Lately, yeah. They were, you know what, for their time, they were really, really edgy, man.
Yes, they were. Absolutely.
This stuff was considered like this. Was like hard music at the time. But great songwriters. He and his brother Dave hate each other.
They do, and yet they create great stuff.
Yep, exactly.
And I like the period they went through too, Preston, in the 80s, which is a little bit more.
Yeah, a little contemporary. Come Dancing was a lot of fun.
Great. Yeah.
It was a really fun tune. So he turns 77 today, Ray Davies. Lana Wachowski of the Wachowski fame, the Wachowski couple fame.
So both she and her former brother transitioned.
Correct.
And were the creators of The Matrix and a whole bunch of great stuff.
V for Vendetta?
Yes.
Yeah, so Lana turns 56 years old today. Is this from The Matrix?
No, it's just
Matrixy?
Matrixy.
Okay, I gotcha.
It's from Family.
And what's the story
Guys.
with The Matrix? There's another one?
Number 4.
Yeah, number 4 is coming out. We were talking about that the other day.
This one actually needs to, for me, I will have such low expectations that if it does anything moderately good, I'll probably enjoy it.
Yeah.
That's a good mindset.
Yeah. I love the first one. I mean, come on. The first Matrix came out of left field and it blew us all away.
Where they really ought to do it, and I love, the origin stories are kind of stereotypical now, but the origin story of how the rise of the machines would be pretty damn cool.
I would love
think.
to see that, how it actually got to the point that we were turned into batteries. And absolutely, Preston, make it about family.
Please, family. She's 56. Joey Kramer, drummer of Aerosmith, turned 71 years old today. We were just, there was a interview with Bradley Whitford recently, and he said that he doesn't know if they'll ever be
tour again,
playing live again or not. So,
what do you think of? I assume he's a very service type drummer,
straight ahead drummer.
Yeah.
But you know what? Steven Tyler kind of manages Joey because Steven's a drummer too, and tells him what to do, and eventually Joey just kind of caved and said, all right, he knows what he's doing, so I'll just do whatever he wants.
Preston, is Steven the one who told him to look like Guy Fieri?
Yeah, that's it. Yep, he said to go with that look. He has his hair all spiked out now. So Joey Kramer, 71 today. Also, Kip Winger.
Kip Winger!
Of the band Winger. She's only 17.
You listen to some of those songs now,
man.
They would not pass the smell test.
No, I don't think so.
And Kip Winger has, superb teeth, right?
Yep, he's a very handsome gentleman, and he is 60 years old today. Another musician, Nils Lofgren, longtime guitarist with Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band. And he's the solo dude. He'll play the guitar solos, and he's the real guitar player.
Would you say it's safe to say he's a better guitarist than he usually gets credit for?
I'd say so.
Yeah.
Probably, yep. He turns 70 today, so it's a big birthday for him.
He did a show at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville one time, and somehow MMR maybe we were hosting it or whatever, and so he came out, and he's just walking up and down Bridge Street in Phoenixville, saying hi to people, taking pictures. He could not have been friendlier. It was so cool to see. It was a neat thing.
He's a diminutive fellow, isn't he?
He is short.
Yep. We also have Chris Pratt.
Chris Pratt.
Celebrating his birthday today. There you go. Chris turns 42 years old. Snagged a Schwarzenegger.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Can you snag me a Schwarzenegger over there?
Please. So he turns 42 years old today. I wonder if there will be a, how the Chris's do the birthday things. There was Chris Evans recently.
Chris Hemsworth.
Oh, yeah.
Chris Hemsworth posted a picture of Chris Pratt, I think, wishing Chris Evans a happy birthday. So we'll have to see what pops up on social media today.
So they got the new Jurassic Park movie that's coming out. They're apparently now in pre-production or in production on the next Guardians movie.
And this Tomorrowland, is that what it's called? Tomorrowland?
The Tomorrow War.
Tomorrow War, thanks.
Which is the Netflix?
Yeah.
Big budget future war movie?
Might be Amazon Prime.
All right.
We have passes for that to give away this week.
Yeah.
Nice. And then the last birthday I'm going to mention is Edward Snowden, the computer professional known for revealing details of classified United States government surveillance programs. Is he still away somewhere else?
You watched the movie that they did was really good.
I saw it. I liked it.
Yeah, when that whole first thing started to happen, I had a different take on it. Now I look at him and I'm like, yeah, he was actually doing a good thing.
Yeah. I was very confused by it.
I was very confused.
I didn't quite understand.
The public story forward was a lot different than what was going on.
Yeah, so he's 38 today. All right, happy birthday to everybody celebrating birthday. Let's see if we can get an answer to the stupid question this morning. What was the number of the bus in the movie Speed? 215-263 WMMR. That is a number. We're going to go to Will for the answer. Hey, Will, good morning.
You're a real crumb bum.
Yes, you are, Will. Thank you.
You're a real crumb bum.
Will, what's the number on the bus, please?
2525.
I want to fight you. Yeah, you got it. Hang on, Will. Get away from me.
I tell you something to me. That bus better not go below 50 miles or over 50 miles an hour.
All right, Will, we're going to set you up with a $50 Metro Diner gift card. You can satisfy your burger cravings with Metro Diners. New offerings including the breakfast burger topped with an egg, hash browns, and bacon. This mouth-watering burger is perfect for when you want breakfast, lunch, and dinner all at once. You can order it at metrodiner.com or seated at your local diner.
By the way, I will contend that is a fun junk food movie. It's stupid as hell, but my favorite scene is when the bus jumps from one part of an under construction bridge,
Yes.
and you can clearly see there's some sort of crane or something that lifted it across that they wiped out.
And there was no way in hell it would have been able to make that jump anyway. So, all right. Get away from me. One more time, Casey, if you wouldn't mind.
Get away from me.
All right. At the box office this weekend, number one was Hitman's Wife's Bodyguard. It made $11.7 million, followed by A Quiet Place 2, Peter Rabbit 2, Conjuring 3. Yeah,
of course.
Cruella, In the Heights was 6, followed by Spirit Untamed.
Man, I thought In the Heights would be bigger.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it was almost like 100% on Rotten Tomatoes.
12 Mighty Orphans, House Next Door, and then the top 10 was wrapped up with Wrath of Man.
But it's also available on HBO Max.
It is.
Yeah, but there have been movies on a couple of those are actually like the Conjuring. Is also available on HBO Max as well.
All right, we're going to start with this. After 2 public apologies for ruthlessly bullying people online, Chrissy Teigen isn't playing nice anymore. On Friday afternoon, she and her husband, John Legend, fired back at Project Runway fashion designer Michael Costello, claiming that he faked the bullying DMs he said the model and cookbook author had sent him years ago.
You can't fake bullying DMs.
Costello came forward earlier in the week with his story of how he was allegedly harassed by Teigen in 2014 after he was accused of using the N-word, saying that he had been living with a deep, unhealed trauma. The 38-year-old shared screenshots of messages purportedly sent by Teigen where she boldly threatened to ruin his career. The message had read, "Racist people like you deserve to suffer and die. You might as well be dead. Your career's over. Just watch." But Teigen and Legend weren't having it. Legend, who has been quiet for much of the scandal that his wife found herself in, piped up and declared on Twitter, "This exchange was made up, completely fake, never happened. Honestly, I don't know why anyone would fake DMs to insert themselves in this narrative, but that's what happened." He also added, "I encourage everyone who breathlessly spread this lie to keep that same energy when they correct the record."
And wouldn't they forensically be able to determine whether or not that was actually sent or not?
If it ever came to that, maybe.
I mean,
I don't know. Teigen hit back harder, saying she had no idea what the F Michael Costello was doing, followed by a lengthy statement of and screenshots of friendly social media interactions between the two, which occurred as recently as April 2020.
I think social media is just so wonderful.
It is.
I mean, it brings us all together.
It's just, you can tell you can just oozing with love, right, Kathy?
Yeah.
When the supposed screenshots from 2014 were originally circulated last week, the name on Chrissy's account or on her DM.
Hope Solo's butthole.
No, it was on her account was misspelled. Her statement read, "Going on to list the additional ways the DMs couldn't be real. Chrissy has every right to correct the record and defend her name. She is not interested in making Mr. Costello the target of harassment or abuse from anyone claiming to support her. She hopes this can be a time of honest reflection and healing." Costello has since deleted his initial post with the alleged screenshots between him and Teigen, but maintains the model bullied and blackballed him as well.
That hurts.
Yeah, right? Get hit with black balls.
It's really bad.
Still, Safely, the new cleaning product company she launched with Kris Jenner.
You're blackballed.
That's when you get blackballed.
Announced
my balls!
on Friday that Teigen would be stepping away for some much-needed time to focus on herself and be with her family.
Do that.
So this is interesting.
Do that thing.
So if her on this DM account that the screenshot this guy shared, if her name was misspelled and he has quickly deleted it, then there's maybe some credence to the fact that this guy's trying to capitalize.
And if he thinks it's real, then they can forensically prove it's real.
I guess so.
That's to the point again. If you're a younger person, you're thinking about posting things. This stuff, you see it now, they're pulling stuff back from 18, 20 years ago. So it's not
Just
worth
don't
it.
do it.
Yeah.
Just don't do it.
Take a picture of your feet by the beach and your food, and that's it.
I'm hoping that after a while, and hoping is I'm using that term loosely, that
goes away.
Generations will learn to watch what you post.
My dream for a future in about 30 years is like a 14-year-old sitting there with a quill and an inkwell.
Yes, exactly. We're going way old school. Hey, David Harbour has begun hyping up the long-expected return of Stranger Things on Netflix.
Good.
He said that his character, Chief Hopper, will return to the show.
Me, or is this just a story?
No, this is actually.
Okay, all right.
This is from Stranger Things.
I'll see you later.
All right, thank you. We'll notice later. Hopper will return to the show in the style of Gandalf the Grey from The Lord of the Rings.
I love that.
He also teased a bigger season. He said, it's bigger. That's the first thing in scope, in scale, even the idea that we're not in Hawkins anymore. We, locale-wise, we're bigger. We're introducing new stuff, but we're also tightening and wrapping up in a certain direction to make it have a clear, clean, specific, and definite ending at some point, which I can't really talk about.
So this will constitute the fourth season, right? Or the third season? What are we?
Fourth.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think give me one more.
Yeah, 5 would be good.
Yeah, 5 would be perfect.
But it's nice to have an ending because if you don't have an ending, it just kind of peters out eventually,
Right.
And so to have a definitive endpoint allows them to wrap up a story in a satisfying way, hopefully.
We know for a fact that at least in what we saw in the coda to the last go round that he appears to be in Russia.
Yes.
Well, he said, I can, however, talk about Hopper. I guess I say this about a lot of seasons, but it's my favorite season, and in the sense that he is at his purest. He's at his most vulnerable, in a sense. He's been, as we've seen, in this Russian prison. So we get to reinvent him, in a sense. He gets to have a rebirth from what he had become. And we'd always sort of plan this almost resurrection of you have Gandalf dies. This is misprinted here.
That sounds like a bunch of nonsense.
Yes, but he
If you're going to invoke my name, use proper English.
He said Gandalf the Grey.
Not beard, what you? It's gibberish.
Gandalf the Grey reemerge, and I'm really interested in this
Never heard me talk like that.
resurgence of him. We get to explore a lot of the threads in his life that have merely been hinted at, that we get to see a lot more of, and there's some real surprises that you know nothing about that will start to come out in this and play big as the series goes on.
He was extra chatty that day.
Yes, he was.
No, I'm looking forward to this. Each one of the seasons has shifted a little bit in tone and done so wonderfully well. And the third one had, I think, the most humor, but also his, not to spoil it, but his departure is so touching and so well done.
Hang on a second. Nick pulled up a picture that he posted. Who are these other ladies in this picture?
It's Scarlett Johansson, and then it's for Black Widow.
I was thinking Stranger Things. I'm like, this is.
No, that's actually been called one of the finest standalone movies in the MCU universe.
Black Widow. Thank you, Gandalf the Grey.
Gandalf likes the
And the
MCU.
other women, by the way, next to Scarlett Johansson, was in Midsommar.
Florence Pugh. I love her, man. I love her. Just
Casey
so
loves
you guys know.
We all love her.
Yes. A teaser for.
For me, it's not sexual.
Right, that's right, because you are, you're gay, so.
It's not my thing, not my bag, bro.
I got you.
Gandalf is gay?
No, Dumbledore.
Well,
Dumbledore.
Ian McKellen is.
Oh.
I got it.
So, anyway, I was putting the character with the actor.
Yeah.
So.
But I got confused because Dumbledore is gay, and Gandalf is, I guess, straight.
A teaser for season 4 confirmed that he is indeed alive. David Harbour.
Chicks.
I mean, his sexuality was never tangential to the story, right?
Yes, I was talking about Ian McKellen.
Okay.
All right, moving on.
You like chicks?
What about Magneto?
Just sitting there.
All right, let's see. What else do I have here for you? 3 of Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt's 6 kids wanted to testify against him in a court of law, but Jolie is claiming that a judge won't let them. The pair have been battling over custody for years now.
I tell you, when I testified against my parents, things were not right in the house after that.
I thought this was over. I thought they got.
Nothing's over!
Yeah,
Well,
Nothing is over! Nothing is over!
Okay.
Why did you hire him as our...
as our counsel.
Do you understand? Nothing's over!
Oh my
Coming in here, tell Brad Pitt, say he's alcoholic, can't raise kids.
Could you imagine if Rambo was your lawyer?
Rambo, anytime, day or night, any day of the year, call me.
Rambo and Rambo.
Rambo. Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah, is Rambo there? No. Is Rambo there? No. Is Rambo there? Speaking.
Rambo, and Rambo. Oh, that is the best.
When
Okay.
justice is all you want.
What do you want?
Justice.
I can see the commercials.
I'm coming for you.
All right, so a lawyer told Page Six that the three who wanted to speak out were heard via other means. The lengthy, detailed decision relied upon expert testimony from people who the kids spoke to during the process.
Why did my music swell?
Sorry, so the voices actually were considered.
So I don't know what to think of all this, and obviously it's a minefield when this sort of thing happens. But this, the kids did not seem to like Brad.
Yeah, so Pitt was granted joint custody in May, but Angelina has vowed to fight and recently submitted documents under seal claiming that he had abused her. I didn't know that. A source said this system is at fault, and Angelina is fighting on.
I want what they want, and every other guy who came over here and spilt his guts and gave everything he had once for our country to love us as much as we love it.
This is a custody case, sir.
Thank you, Attorney Rambo. I don't know what that has to do with this case.
There it was, in the weeds. Charlie breathing down my neck. I had to make a life or death decision, so I slit his throat. And then they put the blood over my face to hide me in the light.
Well, does he get visitation or what?
See this necklace? This is made from the ears of those who tried to take my life.
It's very nice. Weekend or more as far as visitation?
Angelina is working hard to ensure that.
To what? Nobody said anything.
You want to die? Oh, I'm going to say something right now.
I don't think we do. We have the just
No.
Nothing is over!
What is that?
That's Rambo. That's his Rambo. That's his second. Yeah, Rambo, and Rambo.
Yeah,
the youngest.
That's the other Rambo?
Yeah.
That's his wife.
Yeah.
What the hell was that?
That's Rambo.
I guess we pitched it
Nothing is over! Nothing! You just don't turn it off!
That's Mrs. Rambo.
It wasn't my war! You asked me, I didn't ask you!
My God.
You know, that's Anbo.
Anbo.
And I did what I had to do to win, but somebody wouldn't let us win! Waking up in the morning, making your breakfast, putting out your French toast, putting syrup on it, making sure that there's butter in every part of your waffle. Then I come back to the world, and I see all those maggots at the airport. Bit on me, saying, homemaker, protesting me, spitting, ironing, spitting. Day or night, Jordache has to look to the right.
What?
I went off on a tangent, I'm sorry. What? Call me baby killer, Agent Orange. Crap.
Oh my God. Okay. We're not going to get through much in this entertainment portion, and I don't care. All right.
Rambo the lawyer.
We'll monitor this and see if these kids end up, testifying against.
I would qualify all this as troubling and sad.
Yeah. Hey, Will Smith is ready to tell his life story in his first memoir.
Maybe he'll come on the show to promote it when it comes out.
Yeah, we've never had Will Smith on.
Here we are.
We've had Jazzy Jeff on a few times.
Right.
The two-time Academy Award nominee shared on Instagram the cover and title of his upcoming autobiography. It's called Will, which will be published by Penguin Press. He had said, I've been working on it for the past 2 years, and it is finally ready. He made a video announcement, and he described the book as a labor of love. He also shared the book's cover art, which features layered portraits of Smith painted on top of each other. Will chronicle Smith's persona and professional journey thus far, from his upbringing in West Philadelphia to finding inner happiness and success in music and on the small and big screen.
I wonder how, they do the Red Table Talk and all that stuff, and they're known, with Jada Pinkett Smith, how candid they get. I wonder how candid he's going to get in the book.
Yeah. Smith said in a statement, "It is easy to maneuver the material world once you have conquered your own mind." I believe that. Once you've learned the terrain of your own mind, every experience, every emotion, every circumstance, whether positive or negative, simply propels you forward to greater growth and greater experience. That is true will. So there's a double meaning to the title. Right. Will, his name, and will meaning having the will to do what you need. To move forward in spite of anything, and to move forward in a way that brings others with you rather than leave them behind. By the way, Will was written in collaboration with The Subtle Art of Not Giving an F best-selling author Mark Manson. Smith will also narrate the audiobook. In addition to his book, Will also launched the Will Youth Book Club, which aims to create a global community in which members of the book club will be able to participate in conversations about Will and upcoming events. It will be out on November 9th. So, yeah, maybe we'll see if maybe he's doing a little chat and we can talk to him. I doubt it, but you never know.
Why break the record?
I thought this was nice. Mark Hamill on Friday night celebrated the announcement that his space sister, Carrie Fisher, would finally be bestowed with a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. I'm surprised she didn't have one already.
Yeah.
Yeah. The late actress is among 38 honorees who will have their names forever enshrined along the popular Los Angeles landmark, including...
How the hell did that get missed? I mean, come on.
Francis Ford Coppola. These others are added. Sometimes I would imagine Coppola is probably on there already. I don't know, but they do different categories.
Right.
So you can have your name on there multiple times. Francis Ford Coppola, Macaulay Culkin, Willem Dafoe, Selma Hayek, James Hong, Helen Hunt, Michael B. Jordan, Regina King, Ray Liotta, and Ewan McGregor are amongst the ones.
Do you know that she, for a while, was working? She would punch up scripts for other writers.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so she was working in the industry. She was a well-known, in Postcards from the Edge. She's was an accomplished writer.
Hamill tweeted out, I congratulate and salute all 38 new Hollywood Walk of Fame honorees. Welcome to the neighborhood. Much love. And a very special one-fingered salute to the incomparable, hilarious, and irreverent force of nature that was my space sis, Carrie Fisher. Her star will blaze from here to eternity. And he posted some pictures of the two of them together. He was previously one of the loudest voices among the throngs of fans lobbying for the Princess Leia actress to have her honor along the Hollywood Boulevard. Hamill received his star in March of 2018. Harrison Ford was among those who spoke at the unveiling. And, of course, she had passed away in 2016 at only 60 years old.
I was reading a story. I don't know if this is apocryphal or not, but it seems to be true that there was a massive Star Wars fan who had some sort of dementia and was dying. And he went as Luke Skywalker and conducted the whole conversation and answered questions with the guy, hung out with him as Luke Skywalker.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's really special. Yeah. All right, one last thing. Susan Sarandon and Gina Davis reunited on Friday for a charity event at the Greek Theater in Los Angeles, along with the iconic original 1966 Ford Thunderbird convertible from the film Thelma and Louise.
Were you a fan of the movie?
I liked it. I didn't. Yeah, it was cool.
I think it's good.
Yeah,
it's a Ridley Scott movie. It's directed really well. It was also, I think, one of the debut movies for Brad Pitt.
The 1991 movie may have debuted 30 years ago, but the impact it made on Sarandon and Davis and Callie Corey, the film's writer, has been everlasting. The two actors donned coordinating T-shirts for the occasion, with Sarandon rocking the "and she's my Thelma and I'm her Louise" shirt, while Davis has read "I'm her Thelma and she's my Louise."
They look really good.
They look fantastic.
They look great. Yeah.
The trio of women spent the night out at Griffith Park reminiscing about the film, taking the opportunity to dish about the behind-the-scenes moments during a pre-show Q&A before a screening of the classic fittingly at a drive-in movie theater. Davis had recalled how 30 years ago the press had thought that this was going to open doors for more opportunities for female-driven films moving forward. She said, "I'm thinking, let's just sit back and wait for all this magic to happen, but we're still waiting." It really did not happen. It seems like every 5 years or so, there's another movie starring women that's a huge hit, and people say, well, now certainly everything is going to change. But it really hasn't. Earlier in the month, Sarandon took the opportunity ahead of the official reunion to reveal the backstory behind one of the movie's most memorable scenes, where Thelma and Louise share a kiss before they hold hands and, spoiler alert, drive off the cliff.
Right.
The kiss ended up being an impromptu decision made by Sarandon on set while filming the end scene of the movie. She said it happened at the very end of the day. She said, the helicopter coming in, the police cars arriving, Harvey running, everything else. So it was basically like a stunt. And we had one take. And she said, I said to Ridley and Gina, I'd really like to kiss you. And so that's what we did. One take, one juicy romantic take. I want to kiss you.
I want to kiss you.
And they did. And, of course, it became iconic at the end of the film.
It's one of the iconic final scenes in a movie.
Absolutely. All right, we're ready for clips now. An ICE driver sets out to rescue miners after a diamond mine collapses, but must cross a frozen ocean to get to them in the ice road.
I'm just the man who can do it.
And here, Lawrence Fishburne talks about the precautions they took while shooting in freezing temperatures. Here we go.
We were also in extremely cold temperatures. And, we were told from the very beginning that we really had to be careful not to be exposed too long. I think we had a limit of something like 3 or 4 minutes where we could be exposed to the cold. That's how cold it was.
You must be out of your goddamn mind.
The Ice Road streams on Netflix this Friday, by the way.
So this is interesting. Did you ever watch any of the episodes of that Ice Road Trucker series?
I saw clips of it, but never watched the whole episode.
When it first came on, it was interesting because they really do. These guys are risking a lot to get this cargo across these frozen, rivers and things like that. And then it fell prey to how we gonna shape this reality,
right?
And it just became.
By the way, driving across the ice, did they do that because it's a much shorter route? Yeah, I assume. And maybe, bizarrely less dangerous than windy, twisty roads.
Right. And like in the first season of the series, they did have trucks that, crash through the ice and stuff like that. And you have to be very aware of what's going on. But Liam Neeson is just the man who can do it.
All right, here's the next clip for you. Dominic Toretto and his crew are back to do what they do best and stop those who would do harm to the family. In F9. In this clip, Vin Diesel looks back at the outrageous stunts that they have performed.
It is pretty insane. And it's just part of what we do. It's a little kind of crazy at times to think about what you're doing for the sake of film and for the sake of other people's escapism.
Stop it. F9 comes out in theaters this Friday. All right. We have a lot of screening passes for this movie. Where's my little
it's over
well,
my little info sheet.
The series is a huge hit, and this is already breaking box office records around the world.
Yeah, so this we have a screening at UA King of Prussia. This is tomorrow at 7 o'clock. I'm going to do it again. 10 callers.
Wow!
There you go, Bill. Bill's out of town. 215-263 WMMR. Desperation at its height. Another 10 callers. You'll be able to go. So this is, like I said, tomorrow, 7 p.m., UA King of Prussia, and we will set you up with a pair of passes for an advanced screening of this movie. It is rated PG-13. Come and get them. We're going to take a break. We have some guests on the program this morning. We're going to talk to Jack Morey of Morey's Piers. There's a very special deal. It's our big friggin' deal this week. It may only last today, so you want to be with us. We'll talk to him in about an hour or so. Jim Curtin, who is a Union head coach, they're going to be playing this friendly match against Wrexham AFC. Owner Rob McElhenney with the announcement last week, and the coach just signed a 2-year contract extension, so we'll talk to him and see what else is up in his world. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
What's new?
Glad you asked.
The Pretty Reckless.
They said the world does not belong to you.
Greta Van Fleet.
this way in 75 the high. And then Wednesday's looking like 78 and sunshine. Thursday, 80 and sunny. So we get the beautiful. His first job ever.
Oh, did he love
My
it?
youngest son. Oh, it was beautiful. He hated it.
Well, that's par for the course.
Yeah.
If you're coming, how much is his to balance it out? You want the money when you're a kid. You want to get your money. You want to get some income. You want to be able so you can buy your own things and do that stuff. Is that very important to him?
All right, so, and I'll admit this, I'll freely admit this, and the same situation when I was a kid, and if you want to beat up on me, that's fine, but I've not done a good job at making my kids earn their keep, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So my growing up, my family was the same way as well. Like if I needed something, I'd go to my parents, and chances are I could probably get it within reason.
Right.
Nothing outrageous.
Not like a speedboat.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. So, and my son's 19, and I think I was 16 when I got my first part-time job. And
Likewise.
so we waited a little bit longer, let them have their summers. Fine, maybe a mistake. I don't know. We'll find out down the road.
He's a good kid.
He's a great kid.
Yeah.
He needs to just find something that is enjoyable to him at this age.
So his first gig is delivering pizzas.
Yeah.
And man, I delivered pizzas, and I remember the first couple of days of that, I was overwhelmed. So anyhow, he went to go get trained. He's working for Domino's. And I spoke to him yesterday, and I said, oh yeah, how was your first day? He was like, It was a lot, So anytime you go into a restaurant situation and you've never done that kind of work before, your head is spinning because there's like so much going on,
And it's not for everybody. I worked in the restaurant industry listen, I couldn't even get there until college, and I was like, well, let me give it a try. Everybody's doing this. It was not for me. I couldn't do it. I got other jobs and I made money, but I learned quickly.
How long?
The restaurant industry is not for me. Steve, I think I worked 2 shifts as a cocktail waitress, and I was like, I can't do this. I'm not good at this. I don't know how to carry
It's okay
tray.
to know your
I don't know what
limitations.
drink you're ordering.
Mhm.
I don't know. So they put me in the coat room, and listen.
How long did that last?
Oh, that lasted a long time. I made a lot of damn money in that coat room.
There
I was
you go.
a great coat hanger.
Coat person.
Coat hanger.
Yeah, I was 14 and a half when I got my first job.
Wow.
And, it was at McDonald's. We've talked about this many times. But I remember the first day, Preston, and I think, like the first real day, because there was training, and you watch the videos and whatever. And then they put you behind the counter or third fry guy or whatever. There's a lot that happens, and it's kind of daunting.
So you mentioned 14 and a half. So my daughter's 14, and Casey's daughter and Chuck D'Amico's daughter both work in this little cafe in Wildwood Crest. And so my daughter is friends with them.
Yeah.
And she's like, well, maybe I could work there. And you can get special working papers so that a kid that age can go and do a handful of
the
hours.
parents sign off on it.
So we went by there the other day just so she could see what it's like. And it's this tiny little place.
Yeah.
Casey, I counted the people behind the counter. I think there were 8 people working back there.
Yeah.
And
because it gets busy,
And we went there during, it was a little bit of a lull, but there was a decent amount. And they are just like boom, 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 work, this, that. And I'm looking at my daughter's face, and I'm not saying anything, and I'm seeing if she's taking in the amount of work that it takes to do that kind of job, And
think about that.
It's overwhelming.
It is, and think about that. And I'm trying to place myself back in that position where, because we did have chores that we did around the house. We brought a litigator to come into work our contract with our parents.
Yeah.
But the basic gist was we didn't get an allowance, but there were chores we were expected to do. When you're in a business situation for the first time, and this is a stranger telling you, you must do this, this, and this to get your money. You know, in other words, and here's how. It's your mind has to be reframed a little bit, you know, because it's not like it's, oh, Dad, I'm sorry about that. It's like it's this person's business, and you have to understand that. You know?
The thing about those jobs, the restaurant jobs, if you give it a couple weeks, you get it. You figure the system out.
Every job's like that.
Yeah, right.
Every job like that, unless it's something that you adore and you come in to with a special knack or a disposition for. Otherwise, everything's going to be like that. You're going to get over that painful bump, and once you get into a groove, you may not love it, but you'll get it.
Yeah, I am actually. I was disappointed when I found out that he was working. He was going to deliver pizzas for Domino's. I was like, because he's down the shore. Doesn't seem like a down the shore job to me, and I was hoping he would do something more
wreck diving.
No, well, you really have to train for that, but like something more down the shorey kind of.
Like
kind
a
of
bike shop or like something like that?
Yeah, there is not, maybe not the bike shop, but like he's just so personable.
Right.
That something more like.
Well, don't you think? So to me, anything like that, and you guys are down there now, you're in the thick of it, and when we go down, and anytime I've gone down during the height of summer, it's bam, 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 bam. There's so many people, and it's moving, and the potential to make tip money on a delivery job like that, I think, is pretty good.
Yes, his opportunity to make money is definitely
and I think
good.
once that starts to happen, he'll get into it. Yeah,
So you thinking it more like working at the boardwalk or something like that?
Well, boardwalk is a potential.
Guessing people's weight.
Well, just more.
He'll get hurt.
Well,
that
actually,
way.
he could do that.
You're 111 pounds.
Thank you.
Maurice has that. Maurice has a guy that guesses weight. It's either like age, weight, or height, or I forget what it is, but it's something like that. I don't know.
Psychic.
Not a psychic.
Not a psychic.
Well,
no.
I know what you're talking
agree?
about. No, I know what you're talking about because I thought the same thing. It's not like a shore-ish job. Like
It's Domino's, and you can work Domino's anywhere. And also, I had heard he was going to, because I saw him yesterday. He asked for not the late shift, and they're having work till like 3 o'clock in the morning.
Well, do you all agree though that to have at least one fast food or restaurant experience in your working arsenal is good?
I agree 100%.
I think it is.
Yeah.
I think when you're on the boom, 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 and you're asked to really roll with
you also,
let me ask you.
Steve, I literally almost was brought to tears. I could
there's
not
somebody
do
crying
it.
in the coat check room.
Steve, I say, listen,
She's blowing her nose in my coat.
if you are somebody who likes to go out to eat, then absolutely. So you can understand what those people are going through.
Right.
And I worked I was probably same, about 14, maybe almost 15 years old when I was a busboy at a restaurant. Woefully underpaid. So I appreciate the bus,
And you were a server too, right?
I was a server after that, but I was a busboy first. Sucked.
It's a good set of skills. It's a good way to roll with things being thrown at you. And when people most employers want somebody who's going to be able to say, okay, I'm not going to keep going to the boss on this. I'm going to make a call on these different things. And you do kind of learn that, I think, in a restaurant situation.
One of the best jobs I ever had was as a server. I've mentioned this too. It was a place called Murphy's. It was down in Alexandria. It was on King Street. And it was a great job. It really taught me what it's like to be a server, to appreciate how hard they work. But it also helps you to organize your skills, like customer relations, obviously, but like memorization, organization, like there's a whole lot of
time management.
There's so much that goes into serving and making sure that you're taking care of all of the tables properly, everything that goes into it. And then on top of all of it, you can make some pretty good cash.
Well, and that's part of the deal. You've got to learn how to learn. In my second job, I had a problem with the nomenclature. Which one was the John? Which one was the trick? Who was the pimp? And I'm like, to get all that clear was
That'd
hard.
take like a month or so.
Oh, my God.
I'm going to go to Edward. Edward, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, Ed?
I had my first job when I was 14. I'm 34 right now, and actually to prepare for it, I had to work out with weights about a year before. I delivered ice for Brandywine Ice Company.
Wow.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
My dad was already a driver for a long period of time, so he said, when you're 14, I'm taking you on the truck, take you out during the summertime and throw ice.
How tough was that, man?
I mean, it was a great job, really, for a start off. It's much different than, just working in a store or scooping ice cream. You have to be able to lift all that ice all day, and you're going to go home with some pains and everything, but you
need to put some ice on that.
That's what they used to say, too. Put some ice on it.
Nice.
That's what caused it.
Yeah, of course. Well, but again, I think something like that. So my first job was at a Montgomery Ward catalog store where you could order everything from salt shakers to canoes. Yeah. So I was moving like boats and stuff, and the guy had every type of respiratory illness you could possibly have. The manager, so he would lift up a sticky note and have to go to the hospital. Yeah. So I was moving everything around in the back, and it taught me that sort of deal,
And, also, though, at that age, it is still a little bit. I mean, he's still a kid. He's still young. Or I guess he's not a kid, but whatever. He's still young. And so to do something that's enjoyable. So for me, the restaurant thing didn't work out. But what did was lifeguarding and working at the pool and running the pool and the snack bar and, all of that kind of stuff. So and that was more of an atmosphere where
you felt like you were in your element.
Well, and also I was working. I then became friends with people. So now we were this group of friends that really went to work.
Work friends make a difference.
I mean, that was my summer. After work, we would go home, we'd quick shower, and we'd meet up again, and we'd hang out. So, more of a crowd that you can become friendly with.
Quick question, though. And maybe this, Preston, I want to ask you for Carter. When that first check gets handed over, and it's not going to be $1 million, but do you think that, to me, that was I remember when I got my first check, I'm like, oh, I've been officially paid to do work. Wow. Yeah, and I remember that was a real pivotal thing.
Maybe because he wants to buy a motorized longboard.
Okay.
So he's got a goal in mind. Yeah. So maybe if he gets that cash in his hand, he'll go, okay.
And I never had a tip job. I never had a job where you get tipped. He can get tipped, and he's got the kind of personality where he shows up.
Right.
Yeah.
I think it'll work in his favor.
Here's a new thing that I haven't seen before, but they usually when you would get your tips, you would go home with your tips that day. You work that day and you go home with cash in your hand. But they're putting tips into your check now, so they'll essentially they'll pull the tips for a week, and then.
So you got to give them the cash at the end of the night.
Yeah, I guess the managers or whoever, and then you pull the entire
I got $2 in tips.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. The staff will pull the tips for the entire week. So
is that what's happening with your daughter?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, pulling tips that way behind the counter is a common thing, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, my wife worked at a restaurant for years, and they would pull tips constantly.
We never ever pulled tips ever.
Did you have to tip out the bus the bus boys or anything?
Yeah,
like
that's
that?
why. Well, yeah, and that's why. And when I was a busboy, I always got screwed over. It was a slow night, honey. I'm like, yeah, for you it was a slow night. For me, I'm busting my ass. So
what's this we-ass?
Yeah, well, so I always took care of the bus. Kids.
Go take care of the bus.
Boys, yeah.
I'm going to go to Bill. Hey, Bill, good morning. Bill, you are on the air.
Phil?
Yeah.
Hey,
yes.
Phil.
Phil.
Oh, Phil.
It's you, Phil.
What's up, Phil?
I just was laughing at your son, and this is not to criticize. I just laughed because my first job, I was about 10 years old.
Wow.
I sat next to a produce stand on the side of the road. I made $3 an hour to sell corn and peaches and apples and whatever. They dropped me off at 8 o'clock in the morning and picked me up at 3.
So Phil, let me ask you. So did you have like a little cash box there and everything? You were managing the money?
Oh yeah, somewhere. At the end of the day, there was a couple $100 there.
Now, did they give you a sidearm as well, just to make sure?
Absolutely not.
Hey, Phil, hang on a second. So who owned the stand? Was it your parents?
Well, no, you would know that. You might know the name from the shore.
Tony's?
Apple picking Frankie's funnel cakes.
I don't know that one, no. But
I know Butt Munch and Larry's cinnamon sticks.
Yeah. Butt Munch and Larry's cinnamon sticks.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll try that place.
Apple picking Frankie had a bunch of funnel cake stands at the shore.
How as a 9-year-old are you able to work? That seems like way too young. That seems like child labor.
Well, my brother was 15 and he ran the farm where they picked the peaches and the grapes and all that.
By child labor, I mean illegal.
No, honestly.
Definitely illegal.
Preston, it was. I have 40 babies pulling my car.
Oh, my
So,
goodness.
yeah, it doesn't matter, just as long as people don't know about it. No, he's right, though. But it's so, in other words, Phil, if it's not a member of your family or something and you're being hired by somebody else, I don't think that's legal.
No, it wasn't legal. Like I said, my brother was 15 and ran the farm.
All right, okay. Well, then you kind of had it in there.
Yeah,
Wow.
see,
Interesting. Thanks, Phil.
My summer jobs, and I was talking about this last week. I never, ever worked with my friends, but when I ended up making friends at work. Do you know what I mean? So
I did as well.
Yeah.
So a lot of my early, so the Montgomery Ward everyone there was 100 years old. So that was not, and the people who used the catalog were 100 years old. When I got to Dunkin' Donuts, though, that's because you had all the waitresses and you had all that stuff going on. Preston, that's when I first was introduced to the Hobart mixer.
You guys have waitresses at
they had behind the counter, all the counter help. Oh,
okay.
yeah.
Nice. Yeah, the Hobart. Yeah. I remember slaving over that thing forever. Let me go to David. Hey, David, good morning.
How's it going?
Good, man. What's up, buddy?
Nothing. My parents got divorced when I was like 9, so my dad would have me for the summer, and I would go working on roofs and doing additions for them all summer long.
When you were how old?
12.
12? Wow.
How much did you get paid? Do you remember?
He paid me with a Slurpee. At the end of the day.
Hey, so that's slave labor.
That is slave labor.
Dude,
Yeah, but
honestly,
that happens a
Dude,
lot.
that was
Where
the
people don't
best
have child care and you go to
payment
work
I
with
could
your
get as a
parents.
12-year-old.
Yeah.
All right, so he had you doing the real deal roofing work?
Yeah, I would slide him the shingles. He would tack them on. I'd just keep doing that all day.
Honestly, David, I would have held a nail gun to the back of his head.
Just taking him out.
Yeah. Said, here's your Slurpee, pal.
Do you appreciate
I'm going to make
it?
your brain Slurpee.
Do you look back at that fondly, or are you a little bit pissed?
Oh, no, I'm glad I did it.
No, honestly, there is something to be said for building up that work ethic and for building up that appreciation of time invested and working hard at something will yield a result.
There's also something to be said for letting a child be a child for a summer.
But
you
it's,
know,
it's well, I could understand why his dad may have done it out of necessity and only want to pay him in Slurpees. But
this is the last summer that my child will be a child.
That's it.
Yeah, next summer he's getting a job. And
Jameis was asking me to work this summer, and I said no.
Yeah.
I said, dude, just because.
Take this in.
Take it in. It's your last summer. Because
How old is he?
He'll be 14 in July.
And what's Ben?
A little bit older than Seamus. He's already 14. That's funny, Casey, because Ben was not asking to work this summer. And my ex-wife and I were talking about whether or not we were going to put him to work this summer, but he's got a lot going on. He's got camp. And so we were like, you know what? Enjoy this one.
Right.
Because next summer you're going to be working.
Take the summer, meet loose women, have a blast.
No, at 15 is when I started. I mean, I've been working full-time 40 hours since I was 15.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, we waited a little bit. Now, Carter was doing summer activities. He was doing this color guard thing. He was rehearsing, practicing all the time. So we're like, okay, we'll let him do that, and then we'll worry about the job thing later. But this is the first year doing it. I'm going to go to Thaddeus. Hey, Thaddeus, good morning.
Hey, morning, guys.
Morning, bud. What's up?
Hold on, I'm choking on a Wawa hash brown. Hold on.
Oh, yeah. That's the only way to choke, bro.
We caught you at a bad moment.
Yeah, well, I got you on the phone, and then I said, I'm hungry, so let me go into Wawa.
I understand.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Anyway, my first job, I was 15. I was cleaning bathrooms in a department store with a guy. My trainer, he looked like Sloth from the Goonies.
Yeah.
And, we would go around, pick up dirty diapers, and, in the hallways. And there was a guy that used to come in the bathrooms, and he would it looked like somebody got murdered. He would blow it up. His name was the Mad, I can't say it on the air.
Crapper. Or Esser.
The Mad Scheider.
Yes.
The Mad Scheider. I like it.
So this guy looked like Sloth showed me how to wipe down, the panels and and then one time I found a chicken wing. It was more like a chicken thigh in the urinal.
Oh, my God.
Some people pee chicken wings. It happens.
But Excuse me.
You're choking on a hash brown.
I'm choking on a hash brown.
Yeah. Well, you're burning off that bathroom cleaning money.
Oh, man.
But it was traumatizing being a child, and I didn't know, do I put a glove on to pull this chicken thigh out of the urinal, or do I?
Yeah.
How do I
You
tackle
put a
this
glove
thing?
on. No, but I mean, we've all had that.
Tell me now.
Yeah.
So I quit that job. I never went back.
Listen, cleaning bathrooms is something that I've done a number of times in various jobs, and I had those nightmare situations, and things like that make you appreciate better jobs.
Yeah, or makes you when you don't blow up or treat bathrooms bad because people got to clean them up.
Clean those bathrooms.
Yeah, so because as a lifeguard, we had to clean the bathrooms as well. That was your side work. When you got off the stands, you had to go and patrol the area. And
Until you became a manager, and they just had other people do it.
Exactly, and then pay him with Slurpees.
Funny enough, Kath, I was never given a management position. But so I talked to this kid at the blood drive on Friday. He's like, "Hey, I got a quick poop story for you." And he had, long story short, he had to go so bad. There was somebody in the stall. He crapped into a urinal.
Yeah.
And I was like, and then you cleaned it up. He's like, nah, he just left. I was like, dude. Like,
how would you clean it up, though, if you're not?
I would try.
Yeah.
I would try to clean it up, instead of leaving it for the poor person behind the counter.
Yeah, it's like with a dog. You go get a plastic bag in there and you pull it out. I will go to, this would be interesting. I have Ashley. Good morning, Ashley.
Hi.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey.
My fiance talks about this. He's actually a really hard worker even now to this day. But when he was like 12 or 13 years old, he used to help his dad dig graves by hand.
Oh, my God.
By hand? They wouldn't even use shovels?
Yeah. Was his dad a hitman or something? Or what's going on here?
What's that?
Was he a hitman?
No, that's was his job. Like, he worked for the graveyard. Like, he did that up until like he was an adult, recently. But
Well, the world needs ditch diggers too.
Hard worker. Like, he's pushing 60, and he's like the hardest worker I know.
Wow. So would you hand shoveling? No, just
No
just
backhoes.
old
He was
style?
just using
Oh
shovels.
yeah, no, he eventually got a backhoe, and that was a big thing. But yeah, for a while it was just by hand, and he through the heat, the hard when the ground was all hard and stuff. They would, it tells me stories all the time about hours and hours digging, and then waiting for the ceremony or whatever to be over, and then they fill it back in.
That is hard ass work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Brutal.
wow, yeah, brutal.
What does he do now? What does your husband do for a
He's
living?
a laborer. He works for the union. He's a laborer in the union.
All right.
Okay.
Hard
All right.
worker. All right. Thank you, Ashley.
Yeah, thank you.
Man, digging graves.
That's tough
As a
work.
Kid.
Yeah.
That'd be tough. Yeah. Hang on a second here. Nikki, her son has his first job right now. Hi, Nikki. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, guys.
Hey, what's up, Nikki?
Yeah, I have two sons. They're 19 and 16. Very different personalities. But the older one's been working since he was 16. The younger one, about a month ago, we're eating in a restaurant that's like our favorite place. And he's like, I think I want to get a job here. So he did. He applied on the spot. They hired him. He's a busboy. And just like 3 days ago, he told me that he wants to quit because it's a big place. It's constantly busy.
Yeah.
And he said he has a little bit of anxiety. He's like, it's too much. It's always busy.
Mm-hmm.
And they give a pretty nice discount for the family.
So
you better
stay. Well, Nikki, is it a case of? If he can get over that hump, because you're only going to encounter it over and over and over again as you go from job to job, where you come in, you don't know what's going on, it's overwhelming. But as Preston said earlier, you clear that hump and you get used to it. You get into the groove.
I'm trying to keep him in there a little bit longer, but as soon as he announced, I don't think this is for me, his brother was like, what about our discount?
Nikki, how long has he been there?
Probably 4 or 5 weeks.
Okay, so he's been there long enough to get the feel for it, so he doesn't like it. Well, start going there for dinner every night of the week.
A lot of takeouts.
Wow.
I wonder how many times
Thanks,
that
Nikki.
happens where the parents will guide the kids towards a job at a place they want a discount from.
Right,
You know,
right. And that's the thing. Also, she said it was one of his favorite places. And if you have a favorite place, you may want to consider not getting a job there to keep it your favorite place.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, you start to learn what's going on behind the scenes. And also, if you work in the restaurant industry, at least in my experience and other people I've talked to, you get tired of the food of where you work.
Even if it's the greatest food in the world.
Exactly.
It's just you've had it enough.
Yep. Tex says, what's up, Preston and Steve? I'm actually working at my first job right now. I'm 19, and I'm an electrical apprentice.
Nice. That's a good gig.
That's a trade.
Yeah.
You're working on right there, so that's a good one, man. Hang on a second. Let me go. Oh, well, this sounds interesting. I'll go to Adam. Hey, Adam, good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, Paul McCartney.
What's up, Adam?
What's going on? Yeah, about 8 years old. My mom was friends with a health food store owner, and they had me come across the street to their house. $3 an hour, sorting out garbanzo beans like chickpeas.
Sorting.
You were sorting. What
do you sort
What like
beans?
you were removing the duds, or what was?
Well, basically they would have like little stones or like I don't know, like hard ones or whatever the hell they were, and they would dump out the big bags, the burlap bags, and sort them out on the tabletop, and I put all the good ones in a bucket. And needless to say, it didn't last that long because it was boring. It was all candy
dude.
money.
That's monotonous. That is just
That
monotonous.
sounds
work.
really engaging.
Right.
But back then it was like Swedish fish were a penny and all that jazz.
Wow. Yeah.
What do you do? Sort chickpeas.
Chickpeas,
Wow.
that was a pain in the nuts.
And how do you feel about chickpeas now, Adam? Can you eat them?
I guess in different forms. What is it, like tofu they make out of?
Hummus.
No, that's soybean. That's soybean.
Yeah, hummus, dude.
Yeah, but I mean, like I said, 8 years old. It was my first.
Really make an
gig, and,
impact.
It doesn't. The word means nothing to her now. Hummus.
That part of his brain is dead. The chickpea center in his brain has been deadened. He can't even.
Thanks, Adam.
And that's because I understand. He can't even. What is this word?
I said hummus like four times. He didn't even acknowledge it.
You can't even say it, can you?
No.
It's hummus. Say it again.
Hummus. No.
What? A chickpea.
Better.
I can't say it.
It's just leave him alone.
Chickpea. There you go. You got it now. Good job. Nailed it. All right. Interesting. All right. Well, I'll tell you if he lasts or not. This is my son Carter.
How many days
First
in?
day of work. 1 day.
Okay.
That was just his first impression, but I thought it would speak to those who are starting a summer job.
Who at home says, I got some time to kill. I'd love to drive around and randomly deliver food to people. Right. Because it's just something everyone enjoys. No. But, again, he has the personality that'll make him likable when he delivers those pizzas.
Tips.
And I think he can get those tips.
Yeah, we'll see. All right, listen, I want to take a break. Come back in a second. I got some bizarre file stories for you. We're going to talk to our first guest of the day, so stay because we'll be back in just a moment.
Preston and Steve.
93.3 WMMR.
Sophisticated yet powerful.
And it is brought to you by 80 Moyer Lumber. 80 Moyer Lumber has been supplying quality building materials and service for over 80 years. 4 generations, 1 family, 1 commitment. You can learn more at admoyer.com. This is pretty wild, man. 3 people, it's a terrible story, are dead, and 2 remain missing after 5 people who were inner tubing on a North Carolina river went over the edge of a dam.
That's horrible.
The 5 tubers were part of a group of 9 people total who went tubing on the Dan River on Wednesday evening. The group's tubes were believed to be tied together, but at one point several came apart. The tubers floated over the dam located near a local power plant.
I think as of today, President, they found another body.
Oh, they did? Okay, because they were missing. They were still looking for 2. 4 people who were hanging on to various items were rescued from the river. They were sent to a hospital for treatment. They are expected to recover. There were 2 people still missing at the time of this story, but maybe they found another. Search and rescue effort is still underway. That is
horrible.
Ooh, that's a nightmare for me, man, for anybody. Police said they think that they have cracked the case of a rash of car break-ins over the last few weeks in New Hampshire after a 4-legged suspect was finally caught on camera. Police said a black bear was caught on a home security camera breaking into a car. They believe several reports of car break-ins can be blamed on the animal. Several reports of car break-ins.
So is the bear using a blackjack, or is it just like
He's in a Slim Jim.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, to get in. The bear has been causing some damage.
Okay.
According to Chief Kenneth Miller.
Got it.
They said it damaged the bumper on one vehicle, the truck bed cover on another one, and the front seat interior of another.
If you've ever seen a bear gain access to a vehicle, they can do it. I mean, they get the nails up like under the window. They'll pull that out. They'll get in. If you have food in the car, they're going to get in.
Police believe the bear is hungry and looking for its next meal. Police said it's a good reminder for people to be extra careful with food this time of year. They said we are asking residents to remove food from vehicles. Do not leave trash outside. Don't leave trash inside trunks or truck beds. Be aware of bird feeders or anything like that. Anything that will attract bears.
I just put a bird feeder in my car.
The bear has not been spotted making any trouble besides the break-ins, but New Hampshire Fish and Game has been notified, and they said that it's not unusual to see bears this time of year. But breaking into cars, a little bit odd. There's another tragedy that happened over the weekend. Daredevil Alex Harville died Thursday while practicing for a world record motorcycle ramp jump. Officials in Washington State said he was only 28 years old.
Yeah, this footage is horrifying, too. They caught every second of it.
Harville was hoping to break the record of a 351-foot jump, according to the Moses Lake Air Show, where his attempt was scheduled. Video of the practice jump at the Grant County International Airport posted to social media showed his motorcycle running directly into the top edge of the large dirt berm that was being used as his landing ramp, and he was thrown from the bike. So if you think about that, 351 feet, that's longer than a football field.
Right.
Football field's 300 feet.
Wow.
I mean, that's a huge jump.
So when he lands, though, it had to be the way his body was flung, because it looks like it's loose dirt that he lands in, but his body ragdolls, and that's obviously what killed him.
He was trying to break a record set by Australia's Robbie Madison, who set that in 2008. Harville already owned a Guinness World Record of his own with a 297-foot dirt-to-dirt jump in 2013.
I don't know why they have to jump onto something that's like a mound, right? Why not like elongate that so if you are short, at least you're going to be landing on flat ground. You know what I mean?
I don't know. You look at like I always think of that footage of Evel Knievel at the Caesar's Palace jump
in slow motion.
Oh my God!
Yeah, it's pretty hard to watch. Residents of Thornton, New Hampshire, can now rest easy. That's the same story I had earlier.
But it was good, man.
Yeah, it was written differently. A woman died this week after she fell more than 200 feet from a Wyoming peak while on a sunrise hike with her husband.
Oh, man.
Yeah, the sheriff's office said it received a report at about 5:50 a.m. local time that a woman identified as 28-year-old Callie Aust had fallen off of Steamboat Point, a peak in the Bighorn Mountains. At the time, Aust's husband was unsure of where she was. Multiple agencies responded, and they were able to find her after they searched for about 45 minutes at the base of Steamboat Point's southwest side.
Was it a limited light situation because they were going at sunrise?
They didn't indicate what might be the cause. The sheriff's office said that Aust and her husband had hiked to the top to see the sunrise and had reached the top when she fell.
Oh.
It's unclear why she fell. There's no indications of foul play, and her death is being treated as an accident. But yet another story of people in these climbing situations. There's been a lot of them either lost or fallen and just horrible accidents. So another one to add to the list. All right, how about let's get something a little nicer. How about this one? Okay, when Rachel Carl moved to Boston for college, she received a surprising gift. It was a ticket to the New England Aquarium that had been in her great-aunt's wallet for nearly 4 decades. It was issued in 1983. It was a late-gate ticket. They were given out to visitors who arrived too late in the day to enjoy the aquarium, but were able to return on another day and make it up. The aquarium stopped issuing the tickets about 25 years ago, but when Carl arrived on June 11th, aquarium staff agreed to honor her ticket and allow her entrance.
But she could only see the aquatic life that was alive at the time her grandmother would visit.
Right, exactly. Carl shared a picture of the ticket on Twitter and thanked the aquarium for the generosity. She said, I walked up to the ticket office and explained the story of the ticket. They took a look at the ticket. They laughed and they said, well, it says come back anytime and there's no expiration date on it.
By the way, we hated your grandmother.
She said, I didn't know what to expect. I promised my great aunt Kit that I would try. Whether they honored it or not, she and I would have been glad to see the story through, so we're glad they honored it. So today, to go to the aquarium, it costs like $35,
Yes,
something
yeah.
like that. So she actually saved a decent amount of money.
I got to get over to the aquarium again. I love it.
And there you go. We'll wrap it up there. That's all I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. Our next guest is part of the big friggin' deal that we have.
This is a big mother.
Yeah, in fact, they're expecting this to go very, very quickly.
Yes.
But the deal is that you get one same-day ride and water park combo ticket for just $40 for Maury's Piers.
Yeah.
So $40 same day, and you get both piers, right, Case? Mm-hmm. All right, so you can get this at WMMR.com, and the keyword is deal. And we are going to welcome back to our show, because he's been on before. We had him live at Keenan's one year.
Yes.
He's been here in our studio. Please welcome Mr. Jack Maury. Of Maury's Piers. Hey, Jack, good morning.
Hey there, morning guys.
Hey, how you doing, man? Summer officially started yesterday. We had a nice hot muggy day to begin with. And how are things so far at Maury's Piers?
I was doing okay. I hear you guys are available for summer work though.
Yes, my son. Yeah, we just got a property in Wildwood Crest, so this is our first summer down there as a family, and my kids are getting part-time jobs. So, are you hiring?
Well, hell yeah, we're hiring. We're doing part-time jobs. How old are they?
He's 19.
Well, if they're over 5, we'll take them.
They're over 5. I like your style.
Nice.
Jack knows how to get it done.
Actually, you know what, Casey? I think we saw Jack drive by us on Saturday.
Yeah, we were at Sunset Lake, and you came cruising by. I believe you were in your Jeep. I thought you were in your Jeep.
It was a Jeep, yeah.
Yeah.
It has stickers all over it?
Yeah, that's me trying to be a 16-year-old girl again.
Nice. Well, Casey and I were at the piers last weekend.
Mm-hmm.
We were shooting a commercial. We got to ride the tram car,
the runaway tram. We were down there. Preston had not been on it. I have. I was, so I'm an old pro, but I was just kind of showing Preston the ropes.
You guys are raving about it.
Yeah, it's a good ride. We obviously had not too many people rode it last year, obviously, but hey, we are off to a pretty good start here, and there's a lot of people in town yesterday. And it felt really, it felt good. It felt as normal can get. I can tell you that.
Listen, so Jack, with the whole thing, obviously you're in it. It's family business and so on and so forth. But I'm sure one of the big impetus for this is when you are able to see all these families and all these people out there having a great time. At its core, that has to be what it's about for you, correct?
Yeah, always. Sure as hell isn't about the money, I'll tell you that.
It's not about the money.
Well, Jack, I know we were kidding around a minute ago, but there is an employment issue down the shore this summer. But, a lot of people used to come over from overseas, and I'm curious as to how staffing has been for you. In the spring leading up to the summer. Are you really actively looking for employees?
Well, we are. I mean, we're hiring. Our website is the first thing you see is hiring, so you get the message pretty quick on that. But we actually have staffed up pretty nicely compared to what we really were sharing a few months ago, because the J1 international program has it is open, but we're at about a third of normal, 25% of normal.
Wow.
But golly, American kids do work. So we got a bunch of Americans. Come and see our Americans.
Hey, Jack, with last year being the big disappointment that it was, did that, some places saw an opportunity to maybe get some, sprucing up work done or anything like that, or maybe working on projects that have been set aside. And, when you have a place that is as popular as yours is, and you're constantly overrun by people that are there and filling up, it can, maybe have an opportunity to work on some things, or was it just you just kind of let things rest last year?
Two different categories. At the piers, it was really mostly rest. Places of sort of mass attendance, places that rely on people in close proximity to each other, had little chance for reinvention recipes.
Right.
But our hotels, I have to say, we did major investments in all of our hotels by creating more open space, better dining opportunities, and so we're pretty pleased with it's the brand of the company called Maury Resorts, and we just opened things up, double dining space, and so far so good.
Cool. Excellent. All right, so we have this special deal that's going on, and it's $40. You get one same-day ride and water park combos. So we're expecting that to fly off the shelves today at WMMR.com. And is that so? That's everything. You can take advantage of everything with those passes, right?
You can do it all. It even includes a seat in my brother's Pitt's aerobatic airplane.
Oh my God! Wow. I've seen them, Steve. So if you ever are down there and you see like an open cockpit biplane or whatever doing like twists and turns and flips and loop-de-loops,
that's him.
That's his brother.
Wow!
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Yeah, no, it doesn't include the seatbelt. You got to pay.
You got to provide that.
Are you a passenger from time to time, Jack?
Hell no, I wouldn't get that thing.
Yeah, forget that. You'll take risks, but that's a little too much. But listen, this is awesome. Preston's right. This deal is going to go fast. So and people are super excited for this. So here's to a good, healthy summer.
Oh yeah, definitely. And as a newer resident down there, what do you recommend? What's something that I should experience this summer while being in the Wildwood area?
Well, can I promote ourselves? Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think we have really two great beach bars, Pig Dog and Dog Friendly. It's just a great, beautiful place right at the base of the Ferris wheel, Oceanside. And then we have Stubborn Brothers, which is pretty good too.
All right.
Yeah, what I didn't know about Pig Dog is Casey and I were down there because I hadn't ventured all the way to the back part of the pier. Was that oceanfront property that's there and all the cabanas and the spots to hang out. There's all kinds of games and stuff to keep you entertained. So that was a really cool surprise to me.
Yeah, listen, for a long time we've been sort of for the kid in all of us, and what we forgot maybe is that once you have kids, the kid in all of us also means it's got to take care of mom and dad.
Right. Hence the bars.
And we think that moms like wine and dads like whatever mama likes. So
nice.
There you go. And then I believe
I got some beach bars now. What's that?
No, starting this Friday, we're going to have fireworks every Friday night. That's right next to Mariners Pier, which is great. That's a nice little perk that people that go down there every single Friday night, you get a little fireworks show.
Fireworks are back, and if I'm not mistaken, you could watch them from Pig Dog. That's the closest. Spot, and it doesn't get much more Americana than fireworks at the back of the Ferris wheel. Sure.
Yeah. Well, so it's funny you should say that. I actually once a summer I will ride the Ferris wheel as the fireworks are going off, which is really it's a cool experience.
it's a psychedelic experience.
He dropped some acid. You're all good to go. Yeah.
All right. Well, listen, Jack, we just wanted to get you on and promote the big freaking deal, and that lasts as long as it lasts. We'll see how it goes today, and you can go to WMMR.com, and the keyword is deal. So get those same-day ride and water park combo tickets for $40. By the way, that's like half off.
Yes, it is.
So that's an amazing deal. That's why we call it the big freaking deal. It's right there. So maybe I'll bop in, run into you at some point this summer, Jack, down at the piers or in and around the area, all right?
Yeah, I look forward to it. You know where I live. Stop by.
I know exactly where you live. All right, thank you. Jack Morey, guys. Morey's Piers, and that's available now. And you'll want to get up, like my wife is signing up right now.
Oh, of course.
Absolutely.
Yeah, get in on it. I love the picture of all the stuff that's available. It's pretty amazing.
All right, we're going to take a break. We'll be back in a little while with Jim Curtin, Union head coach, and a few other things, so don't go too far. Right, thank you, Kathy. Saw this interesting story. We were talking about Carrie Fisher earlier getting her star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. The Force will be with the Smithsonian next year as the Esteemed Museum in Washington, D.C. rolls out its latest prized artifact. They will have an X-Wing fighter.
What?
At the Air and Space
A full
Museum.
prop from the movie, or one that they built specifically for the Smithsonian?
From the movie.
Very cool. What kind of shape is it?
It'll
in?
be from the Rise of Skywalker, so a more recent one.
All right,
but it is it's a full on thing. They're gonna put it at the where you would see the legit aircraft.
I love that.
At the Air and Space Museum.
They did a thing at the Air and Space Museum. They restored, I think it was the original model, the full-scale model for the Enterprise from Star Trek. I think they did it for the Next Generation as well.
That's cool.
And kind of an accommodating of those things that, for a lot of people, Star Wars got them interested in space.
Exactly.
And then got into maybe NASA or something.
Or aviation in general, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm not a museum guy. I wish I was, but I'm just not. But
you like waffle.
Who doesn't, man? But I love this museum. It's
great, isn't it, Case?
Yeah, I need stuff like that.
When you walk into a place and you are legitimately, like your jaw starts to literally drop, where you're like, oh, wow, that's what this place is like.
Yep, exactly. So Margaret Whitenkamp, the space history chair of the museum, said despite taking place a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, Star Wars introduced generations of fans here on Earth to outer space as a setting for adventure and exploration. All Air and Space milestones begin with inspiration and science fiction, so often it provides that spark. The iconic X-Wing display amid our other spacecraft celebrates the journey from imagination to achievement. So that's really cool. They're going to do that.
Preston, as we learned in Wonder Woman 84, they keep everything gassed up and ready to fly in the museum. So will this be ready to fly?
Yeah.
I don't even remember. Was that a scene in that movie? I blocked it all out.
Yeah.
That movie was so terrible. So they're going to do this at the Air and Space Museum. Nick, what is the other museum?
The Udvar Hazy one. That's out by Dulles International Airport. It's right next to Dulles, and they have the Blackbird, right? That was called, and then also
SR-71.
I think either the Enterprise or the they have one of the space shuttles there as well. I don't remember which one it is, but
and the Death Star.
They don't have the Death Star yet. They're going to bring that in soon.
Is it Discovery?
Maybe I can't remember, Case, but it's cool. It's cool because they landed it at Dulles, and then they just literally brought it across the parking lot and put it in a hangar at the Udvar Hazy Smithsonian. Yeah,
I need to go to that one.
It's cool. Yeah. Although that one actually costs money to get in. The Smithsonian, all the Smithsonian museums in DC themselves are free. Yeah, but the one out by Dulles is not free.
The Museum of Science in used to be near LaGuardia Airport in New York, Preston. They had the Saturn V boosters, and I remember the first time on a field trip standing underneath that, and you're like, oh my God, this is amazing.
Yeah. So it's currently getting a proper shakedown and full conservation effort at the restoration hangar in Virginia. The X-Wing fighter is. And it's complete with World War II warbirds and assorted historic planes and spacecraft. And then sometime next year, they're going to bring that in to display at the Air and Space Museum.
I can't wait until they bring sort of a like a World War II fighter pilot or who comes in. What the hell is this?
Yeah, exactly.
When did we fly these?
Yeah,
I'd love to see it if they could actually make a replica that could fly.
They have RC versions of it, right? That will fly. I don't know. I mean, we're close to vehicles that look like this, Case. So I don't see how as that would be a big leap.
Yeah, how do you get any lift with the Millennium Falcon? Because there's no wing flaps on the Millennium Falcon. How does that take off?
That's a pure space thing, Nick.
Okay.
You got to get it up there. It's funny. There was a site that had actually taken all of these various ships and transportation devices that have been used in movies, Preston, and they dissected all the feasibility of getting there. For example, like the Batwing in the Christopher Nolan in the Dark Knight Rises. That had the propellers underneath pushing down. They said, while it looks cool, the amount of power you would need to get lift on that would be like impossible.
That stuff's fake?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
But it's like, that would be so cool if they could do it.
That would be badass. By the way, I think we're in the junk drawer here.
Oh, we are?
Yeah.
Oh,
I need to clear out some stories. So we'll dive in a little bit deeper and see what I can find. Excuse me. Ryan Krauser, this kid, toppled the men's he's not a kid. He's an adult. He's 28 years old. What am I talking about?
You stupid little kid.
But he toppled the men's shot put world record on Friday with a 23.37 meter throw on the first night of the U.S. Olympic track and field trials in Eugene, Oregon. And apparently the record has stood for a long, long time. This was like Eugene, and it happened in Eugene. The 28-year-old reigning Olympic champion exceeded fellow American Randy Barnes' previous record of 23.12 meters, which had stood for more than 30 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Eugene.
And it says here it electrified the crowd in Eugene, Oregon.
Eugene.
He said, the second it left my hand, I knew it was good. It wasn't a perfect throw, though, he said.
It seemed pretty good.
The 6'7" Krauser had not exceeded his morning qualifying throw of 22.92 meters.
Did I throw it good?
On his first throws of the cloudless night. And
you threw it good, Lenny.
He let out a roar as he rocketed the ball nearly out of the sector on his fourth throw and thrust his hands aloft in triumph. His spot of the upcoming Tokyo Olympics guaranteed.
In high school, they were trying to get me to do shot put and stuff like that. It turns out that all the coaches of like the football team, and they wanted me to go do this stuff, and they were all, I didn't like any of the coaches.
Yeah.
The
Not even
coach,
the track and field coach?
The football coach is my social studies teacher.
Yeah.
And the other guy was a real, I just found.
You didn't like him?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why would I subject myself to this when I can deliver Domino's pizza?
You definitely have to have a lot of strength in the order to compete at any sort of high level with this. My son, who has a decent throwing arm, he's not big enough to compete when it comes to this stuff. But my niece, on the other hand, she she's monstrous when it comes to this stuff.
But also body mechanics, also knowing your.
But you have to be strong first,
Yes.
and then you can work on your mechanics and all that stuff later. But she, as a sophomore, came in like second place.
That's great.
In the Catholic leagues, really. And then they stuck a javelin in her hand this year for the first time ever.
She killed 10 people.
She killed 10 people with that. You definitely have to have power.
I remember Carter was doing track and field, and you do a little bit of everything when you're in middle school, and he did the shot put, and like one time he had like a freak throw. Like it went really, really far. And we're like, oh my God, he might be good at this. And he had just gotten that one off that really took off.
Carter would be like a pole vaulter. He's lean and lanky, and that would be.
I always thought he had a swimmer's body. He's long, lanky, big feet. He's got fins for feet. But I saw this tweet. I think it's hilarious. And right now you have the Olympic trials are going on, and you can watch them on Peacock.
Yeah.
And this woman named Kelsey McKinney, I don't know who she is, but she says, I'm yet again asking the Olympics to simply let a regular non-athlete person do the event first so I can understand how good these people are at it.
Yeah. Not a bad idea. Listen, it was several years ago at the Combine.
Mm-hmm.
They did they showed the, it's not 40-yard dash, I guess it's 40 meters.
No, it's 40 yards.
Is it 40 yards
40
still?
yards.
And they had the reporter run first.
Yeah, Rich Eisen.
Yeah, and then they had then they had a series of other people do it, increasing in their ability as they went along, and then they ran all the video together, and it gave you a really good idea at the actual speeds we're talking about.
Yeah.
And how fast these people really are.
Sometimes you see, like for example, there's this new track and field. They're calling her the female Usain Bolt. Mm-hmm. Have you seen her? She's like shock of orange, red hair, and she just. Like she starts and she just blows the other women away quickly. But, so when you can see that kind of speed, it puts it all in perspective. But you're right. You tend to get jaded because you're seeing the world's top athletes.
All of the greatest going up against each other.
Much.
And I think they had in the one video I was watching, Casey, of the when they were doing the Combine, they had somebody who was like he may have been a former runner or something like that, and just not in any shape anymore. But we're looking at the video of him running and being caught up to and passed.
Who do you
handedly.
think would do the fastest 40-yard dash out of all of us?
Without hurting themselves?
Yeah, you have to stretch and everything.
I used to, for my size, I can run pretty fast, but due to a recent skipping injury.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Yeah.
You still haven't
I'd
recovered from
say of just the people in this room right now.
In the other room.
Well, you can't count Connor.
No,
he's
he's
beat all
young
of us.
and
he would destroy all
We
of us.
could go with Connor.
a current athlete.
I don't know.
I think it would be you.
Because I'm tall? Because I have long legs?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, I'm sorry. Was that offensive? I didn't mean to stereotype you, Preston.
My long legs? You have an issue with my long legs? Let's talk about my long legs for a moment. Let's just get it out in the open. Go ahead.
I just love your long legs.
Just say it.
The veins that run up your thigh.
I know you've been talking about me behind my back and saying things that I wouldn't agree with, but
Kathy, are you fast?
I mean,
You mean in the sexual way?
Yeah. Shut up. Are you slutty is what I meant.
She's fast. God, she runs with a fast crowd. She's a Kochek girl.
do you remember that used to be the term
she's
used
fast.
for slutty?
Yeah,
Fast.
Remember the fast
Or she's really
crowd.
fast.
Oh yeah, Kocheks and everything.
But getting back to the question, Kathy, are you fast?
Were you in school? Were you an athlete?
fast.
Would you?
Yes, I was an athlete.
She's a swimmer.
I was a diver.
A diver.
Not a swimmer.
Wait, no, you had to swim after you dove into the pool.
Yeah, Casey, I was fast. I did do track and field through middle school. I didn't do it. Maybe I did it a little bit of high school, maybe ninth grade. But I was fast as a kid, and we would always like race on the beach, and I'd win all those.
Like Apollo and Rocky. in
Right,
Rocky
right.
III.
Yeah, exactly.
That ain't you.
All right. Well, anyhow, this guy shattered the record, and it had been standing for over 30 years. So that was a really big deal.
Do you have any interest? I mean, are you building any interest for the Tokyo Olympics? Are you an Olympic kind of?
Not really. When it comes along, I will sample and check out some stuff, but I don't get all excited about the Olympics
love
coming.
it.
Do you really?
Oh my God, I cannot, especially summer. Oh my God.
I'm with you, Kath.
Get a big bottle of wine and some French toast.
We're going to have an Olympic athlete in the studio on Wednesday, a local girl. She's going to be in the BMX competition. Her name is Peyton Ridenour, and she's going to be representing the United States in Tokyo this summer.
Kathy, you know what will do it for me, though? Like the opening ceremonies. If I watch that, then I'm like, America!
Yeah.
You know, I mean, yeah. Totally. Right on Team World. Team America World Police. But I don't anticipate it and really get all excited.
I'm probably going to be a tick more interested because it is Tokyo, and they always do the area around, and they breathe in some of the environment and culture and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
And Japan is on my bucket list of trips.
So they run the torch into everything
into a warehouse filled with dynamite,
which is very, very short-sighted. Cause a lot of damage, but no, they're gonna. So how does that work? Like, are they running now as we speak?
Across the ocean right now.
It actually was a big concern because of COVID, and so a lot of the Japanese culture were afraid of the torch coming from town to town because they thought it might be a spreader event at some point. So they limited the amount of towns that it was going to go to. And I think they announced yesterday that they're going to allow up to 10,000, 15,000 people in some events.
We have the official announcement, Nick.
Won't they? I know here in the U.S. they've done like a year long where they run the torch.
Normally it starts in Athens, right? And then they just send it abroad.
That's the plan. That's the usual, right?
Yep.
Okay, so what do they do when they're going over water?
They got to go underneath the water.
They hold it above the water.
Do they just like run in circles on a boat or something? Okay.
Yeah, they just go around the boat the whole time.
You know, the original Olympic events, the ancient Greeks competed in the nude.
Yes, they did.
Little known fact.
Fun fact.
And then when they did the long jump, they would carry these weights with them.
Oh, my ball!
Honestly, they did.
Yeah, they
had
would.
these weights in each hand, and they would use it as they would run and jump. They would sling the weights forward
to pull them.
They thought that it would assist in their
really
being able to jump. Yeah, it was really not a smart thing to do.
Remember the guy at my gym who used to do the shot put? Except he didn't have a shot put in his hand. He would just do the motion, and that was part of his workout. Yeah.
Is that he would do faux shot put motion?
Yeah, he sit there
that'd be like deadlifting without using weights.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he was a little bit older, and I don't know, maybe he did it when he was younger, and it was still sort of just the motion of a little bit of a workout. I don't know.
Just going to spin in a circle for a while.
One of my
he'd
favorite
get the
things
arm up,
is
he'd
to
do
is the videos,
throw.
Kathy, of people misusing gym equipment.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
It's the best. They've determined how it's used, and they're using it incorrectly. It's hilarious.
I asked the gym owner once. I said,
Yeah.
"What was he a shot putter? Like what?" He goes, "I don't know." He goes, "But he's working out. Leave him alone."
God bless.
All right. Let me find one more story to go to here because I know we have a guest coming up in a moment. Maybe one or two. All
right.
Oh, you know what? I better do this one because it is timely. This just happened. This gal, Tessica Brown, she's the gal who 4 months ago accidentally used Gorilla Glue as a hair product.
She's made an industry out of that
She
now.
has. It's a business venture, and she's created a hair care line that includes products for holding down hair.
I saw this.
And stimulating hair growth. It's called Forever Hair. The line reportedly debuted last week and features product names that seem to poke fun at her blunder, including Forever Hold. So you can check those out at tbforeverhair.com if you're interested.
The word was she put Gorilla Glue in her hair accidentally, correct?
Yeah, she had to have surgery.
Yeah.
To help remove it, or she was going to have surgery. There was a big process. So now she has a. Would you buy a product from someone who had a major mishap? Right. Or, you know what I mean?
To me, that's like hiring Three Stooges Plumbing, Preston.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, she's just going for it.
Why not, right?
Yeah, why not?
She because that was really viral when
I
that hit.
needed surgery because of one of my accidents.
Yeah.
Try these products.
Exactly. All right, so I thought I would pass that along. Let me find something. There's a product that promises to get rid of hiccups fast. It is called, it's a straw that uses forceful suction.
Oh.
It's a 3D printed straw that creates forceful suction and is available for purchase in the U.S. and U.K. It's about $14. Wow, for a straw. It's called Hickaway and promises to stop hiccups instantly after 1 or 2 sips of water from the reusable straw.
Really?
The developers of the straw claim that it works by creating pressure when you sip, which in turn lowers your diaphragm and opens and closes your epiglottis.
So just introduce the straw into your throat through a freshly cut tracheotomy, and you're ready to go.
There you go. So an epiglottis is a flap of tissue that sits beneath the tongue at the back of the throat.
Okay, so we're looking at the device. It seems kind of interesting. Looks like a water pig almost.
2 nerves are then stimulated, telling your brain to reset and stopping your hiccups.
Stop it.
Yeah. I haven't had a hiccup issue in a long, long time. I haven't really gotten them in ages.
Yeah, I know. Just jinx yourself.
That's true.
Local broadcaster Preston Elliott is on day 45 of continuous hiccups. After saying he had not had a hiccup incident on the air, he now finds his life ruined by a constant stream of hiccups. So powerful, he's caused himself whiplash.
You know, of all the times I've had hiccups in my life, I don't think I've ever actually had them on the air. Have
No,
you
I
guys?
haven't. No.
Not that I know of. Is soft pretzels give me hiccups? Same with you guys?
Wait, why is that? I actually have wanted to talk about this
About
for a
soft
long time.
pretzels and
Soft
hiccups?
pretzels or just bread?
It creates perhaps a buffer conducive to the holding of the air in your epiglottis.
I don't know. And Casey, do you sometimes then when you try to if you drink water afterwards, it almost hurts going down?
Yeah,
What the
I'm
hell?
like, did I just drink the water sideways? Like, what's going on
What
here?
is that?
Yeah.
Hang on here. This you said the soft pretzel thing just as matter of fact is is that a common thing? I've never heard of this.
Kathy seems to think so.
I think it's it's not just soft. Yes, soft pretzel, but also
dinner
bread.
rolls.
Yeah, they're just any type of bread, really.
Crescent rolls.
Yeah, soft pretzels. Sometimes like a hard pretzels if I haven't drank enough water or liquids with it.
That is, I've never heard of that before. That's interesting.
And it's funny because I had this conversation with a friend, and she had the exact same thing. And there were other people around. We were having the conversation that didn't know what we were talking about. So, is it specific people? Is it like Casey said? Does dehydration play a part? We didn't have enough water that day, or what the hell is it? Help us out here.
What about bread with you?
Probably. I probably notice it more with just with soft pretzels and pretzels in general.
But not bread.
Well, I don't know.
You
I don't
haven't
know.
noticed.
I'll have to pay attention. Then also, and I'm not the only one here, but when I was a drinker, I would, when I was consuming a bit of alcohol, I would get the hiccups, and it was like they wouldn't go away. One lady who worked at the Lamb Tavern, she gave me something that actually cured the hiccups like immediately, and it was like bitters. It was something, and on a lemon. And she said, "Here, suck this lemon and
But I feel like the soft pretzel thing is a bit different. Like those hiccups are different than a normal hiccups that you would get.
Interesting. I
Like
wonder
it's a
if
little more like intense, and it's almost can be a little painful.
Maybe it's the consistency of the bread in your throat,
Yeah, something.
and that it's harder for the bread to pass down your.
That's what it feels like.
I had that esophageal issue, which was achalasia, which was my esophagus that was not assisting in the swallowing process, so I had a procedure to take care of that. But prior to that, occasionally I wouldn't get hiccups, but I'd get like burping.
Wow, we're getting a lot of texts that are agreeing with you guys. And in fact, a lot of calls are coming in, and we have an expert we're going to talk to here. But let me go to Donna. Hey, Donna, good morning.
Hello.
Hi, Donna. So this rings true to you, this
Yes.
hiccups from soft pretzels?
Soft pretzels, cheese, and only certain French fries.
And certain French fries.
Soft pretzels, cheese, and certain French fries.
Yeah, like I used to work in a daycare, and whenever I ate the French fries there, I would get the hiccups. And it occasionally happens if I have like Wendy's fries, but then if I have other fries like at home, sometimes it's just weird.
So how would you have what would be like hiccup fits, or would you just have a few hiccups?
No, it's just like it'll actually turn into hiccups. Like if I eat a piece of cheese, I automatically start hiccuping, and it happens with the soft pretzels too.
I kind of like to see that.
That's odd.
Yeah, it's so weird.
Okay, thank you, Donna.
On Melmac, there were only 2 cures for the hiccups, and one of them was cat juice.
Right. Okay.
And then the other one is just too disgusting. But they would progressively get worse. No.
More disgusting?
Broccoli.
Oh, broccoli. Okay. Like butt sex.
Is cat juice like a compressed cat?
Yeah, he would eat cats. He was.
I knew that. Yeah, but like, how do you make
What would
cat
be the
juice?
juice?
Yeah.
Or do you just puree them?
Right. Yeah.
You know, I
like
don't know.
in a blender.
Yeah,
it's-
you
it's
just
one-
eat a cat. And,
One of the issues I had with Alf Case, as you can well imagine, as a cat lover, I found that was an issue with me. I think you understand why.
his hiccups, they progressively got worse, and they
Was this just one episode?
Yeah, it was just one episode, and but they get louder and louder and louder, and they were echoing throughout the entire neighborhood. So much so that they were going to kill Lucky the cat and cure the hiccups
And juice him?
And then finally,
Why not kill Alf?
Finally, Alf brought it. He was like, "Okay, I'll tell you what the other one is," but he's like, "It's just too gross. So we can't do it." And then they said, "Broccoli,
Broccoli.
Like you're eating broccoli, bro."
Okay, we done talking about Alf?
We're done.
Okay, so no.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Somebody was texting in, actually a number were saying that sugar, lemon, and bitters is the cure.
Sugar,
to-
Lemon, and
to
Bitters. It was a
hiccups.
great R&B group from the 70s.
They would open for Peaches and Herb.
Yes,
Yeah, I
Sugar,
remember
Lemon,
that.
and Bitters.
All right, so that's the bartender check. Okay, now you can cue the music because Dr. Mike is on the line. Mike Sirigliano, Fox 29 in Penn Medicine. Hey, Dr. Mike.
Hello there, Preston. How are all of you?
We're doing great. So we had did you call in about the hiccup discussion?
No, I called in about the weather. Of course I
He got you there.
Wow.
Got you
Good
there.
one, Mike.
Easy, Rico Suave.
I'm in with patients. I go into my office. I have you guys on all day long.
You're a P1.
And I hear the wildest things. You're talking about hiccups, otherwise known as syngultus. All right, and it's an irritation of the diaphragmatic nerve, and so it makes your diaphragm get all stimulated. And the treatment, as you just mentioned, one of the very effective treatments is granulated sugar because it stimulates the back of the oropharynx, and that's what everybody's talking about with the soft pretzels and the salt. That stimulates the back, and it is able to then disengage that inflammation or that irritation of the diaphragmatic nerve.
So, Mike,
yeah?
we had people who were saying actually though that soft pretzels exacerbated their hiccups, that actually caused the hiccups.
Well, the thing is, many things can cause irritation of that phrenic nerve, the phrenic nerve, and one of the things that can happen is it can be a tumor. Some people that have chronic, like with the cat you were talking about, I would worry there was something going on anatomically that can affect that phrenic nerve.
Okay.
And so the bottom line is that in some people it's the sign of a more serious condition. But for most people, what you do is you get a tablespoon or a teaspoon of granulated sugar and you chew it, and it stimulates the back of the oropharynx, makes it go away.
I love it. So that's a simple, handy way to cure your hiccups.
If it doesn't go away, then
You're dying.
no. Then you call one of us.
Okay. Call one of us.
Yeah.
Okay. But that's a
you know,
cool thing.
because you hear of so many what they call wives' tales of cures for things, and I would have chalked up the sugar thing to just be another one of those. It's
grandma's
whatever.
thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but that's legit.
Yeah, you chew it. So you put the granulated sugar in a teaspoon, and you don't just swallow. You chew it, if you will, into the back of your throat, and it stimulates the back of your oropharynx, and that gets rid of it.
Wow.
There are some people who actually have who have hiccup fits, basically. So this is a good way to take care of that.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
All right. You've saved us again.
Thank you, Dr. Mike.
I love you all.
We love you. All right, see you later. Dr. Mike,
Yay!
Fox 29, and Penn Medicine. This text says, Mike has seen used guys' wieners, right?
Yes.
Not only that, he's been in all our butts, too.
In our butts.
Absolutely.
And some of us who don't have wieners, he's seen that stuff, too.
You've seen that
Perjangers
equipment down there. He's seen all the Perjangers on the show as well, right, Kathy?
Yes.
Right.
No, actually, no, he hasn't seen that.
Has he seen a Perjanger?
No, he's a freaking primary care doctor. Why would he look at my vagina?
So what do you put, like a puppet in front of it? Or what do you...
Like
What's he doing looking at our penises?
I don't know. That's weird. I don't know why you guys do that.
How come your dentist has seen your Perjanger?
Now I'm wondering about Dr. Mike. No, all right. Listen, that's all I have time for the junk drawer. We never got the intro music, if you don't mind, in case we'll take the outro music. All right. We have a guest who's coming up in just a moment.
Wait, 10 again?
Oh, 10 callers.
Because you've done it twice already.
You know what? Yes, I am. 10 callers right now, 215-263 WMMR. Let's see if you can give us a buzz and get those tickets, and we'll set you up for tomorrow night at 7 p.m. So 10 callers at 215-263 WMMR.
By the way, should the shorthand for the movie be F9? Because anytime you have that, to me, it sounds like an expletive. I think it should be
F9.
Fast 9, right?
Yeah.
Fast 9.
Yeah.
That's the way I think it should be referred to.
Or it could be, it sounds like a fighter jet.
Yeah, an F9.
Yeah. I don't know. They should probably
fix that.
Kick that around. Fix something like that. All right. So speaking of fixing,
yeah, I'm working on it.
Casey can't get this up and running with the coach. So
how about if we just do a text interview?
No, we can talk about something
Dear Jim.
We am looking forward to the event. LOL.
Schedule a meeting.
And then we sit there and wait and just have dead air
See
while
the
we wait
dots?
for the dots.
Ooh,
and,
I think he's going to respond.
Mm-hmm.
That was
Which,
a
by
good
the
one.
way, the dots mean that not necessarily that somebody is responding to you, but they are reading what
I think
you
that
have
they're
said.
typing.
I think I've understood, Preston.
It means the cursor is in there. So maybe they are just reading and maybe they're not typing, but the cursor has to
Yes.
be in that box.
Yes, it doesn't mean that they're responding.
Oh,
I've also heard it forwarded, and perhaps you guys can correct me on this. That is
Sorry.
basically a placebo. That it
We
happens.
did talk about that, right?
Right.
Hang on a second. Casey just hit the dump button.
Yeah, I cursed.
Oh,
I wasn't-
none
I
of us
wasn't-
heard that. Not one of us heard that.
No, well, it was clear as day.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about that, dudes. All right, what are you saying, Murph?
Why did Casey curse?
I don't know.
All right.
He's texting. We're trying to figure something out. Should I carry on with something else, or that's the only thing?
Carry on, my
No,
wayward son.
They say they have him over there.
All right.
They're lying.
And then Marissa indicated 30 seconds by holding up 3 fingers and then making a circle with her hand.
One in the pink,
3 in the stick.
All right. Okay. Listen, this happens in the world of entertainment.
Here's what I'll do. Because here we have to vamp at this point in time.
Yes.
We don't know what's going on.
I think Kathy should sing the Little Mermaid songbook.
No, I was going to tell you that we have the MMR Big Friggin' Deal. We had Jack Morial from Maurice Pierce in Wildwood. And today, as long as the supplies last, we have the same-day ride and water park combo ticket for just $40.
I think your wife has already bought up a number of them.
Yeah, she had texted me earlier about how many should we buy. So it's $40. That's half off, and you can get the deal while supplies last at WMMR.com, and you type in the keyword deal, and you will see that. So
nice.
Yep. All right, well, we can't get it working, so we're going to talk about something else. That's okay. I'm dying to know about Nick and his kitty litter store.
But we are good to go now.
What?
Are you serious?
Wow, listen.
To be determined another time is
just
what
took a
happened with
little
Nick's
while.
kitty litter. Okay, we ready to go?
I think so.
All right, let's find out.
All right, let's ask him about Nick's kitty
before I
litter.
do the big introduction, I want to make sure he's there. Coach, are you there?
Yep, we are here. 1 second.
That's Eric in case you guys were
I thought the coach had been taking estrogen.
I'm here.
Oh, there he is. Cody. All right, he's the head coach of the Philadelphia Union, Mr. Jim Curtin. Good morning, Coach.
How you doing, guys? Thanks for having me on.
We're good. No, it's our pleasure. Congratulations on your 2-year extension on your contract.
I appreciate that. No place I'd rather be than here in Philly, and I got to thank my players and my great staff for that. So you guys are stuck with me for a few more years.
Hey, Coach, can you talk about this goal that was all over social media over the weekend? It was shot. It seemed like it was from like 50 yards out. Pick the corner. Can you talk about that real quick?
Yeah, incredible. It's actually, Ren, I have friends in Europe that have texted me and they couldn't believe it. So it was, in the last seconds of the game, our team never quit yesterday in front of 60,000 people down in Atlanta. And kid Jacob Glesnes from Norway hit a ball from, like you said, almost 40 yards out. And he hit it so hard, it actually, I've never seen it in the game before. It actually hit the the crossbar 3 different times before it crossed the line, which is just shows how hard he hit it. And it's honestly a 1 in a million type of goal. For those who haven't seen it, I definitely would log onto our website and check it out. It was a wild one.
Wow, we're looking at different vantage points of it, and yeah, you're right. It did hit the crossbar 3 times at the top
I didn't teach me
side.
that. We don't practice that one. I can't take credit, guys.
You know what? When somebody's taking a shot like that, and I know to equate it to other sports in hockey, you're looking for a rebound, and sometimes they go in. Somebody from way out. Is that kind of what he was going for? Or did he see this window and is like, I'm putting that in?
No, that's a great question. There's desperation at that point of the game. So he's a defender that's now taken a risk and dribbled over midfield. And it's one of those situations, like you mentioned, the defense didn't step out to him. And sometimes, the best thing is to take a risk and take a shot. You're not going to score a goal if you don't shoot. So he had that kind of desperation in it. And luckily for us on the day, he hit it perfectly and set off quite a celebration. And the 60,000 people went silent, which is always nice.
You guys you came back from a 2-0 or 2-0, I should say, deficit. And at that point, you've got to just take a shot at anything and everything, right?
Exactly. We're throwing numbers forward. We're desperate at the end of the game. And like we said, we pushed guys forward at the right time, and we were able to get a big tie for us. And, regroup now and play a big game against Columbus coming up and finally have full fans back in the stadium, which we're excited for.
There was another goal that I saw last week. I think it was in the Euro Cup where the guy launched it from the other side of the midfield, and the goalie was way out of position, and he had to go running back, and he ended up. It was almost comical because he ended up tangled up in his own net. You ever talk to a goalie after something like that happens? Because you know that they're just embarrassed at that point.
It happens. Sometimes they get caught off guard. It usually is when there's a bad turnover like there was in that Euro goal at midfield, and the goalkeeper's not expecting it, and all of a sudden the guy has the awareness to hit a ball from 50 yards out, and it goes over his head, and he gets stuck in the net like a tuna.
Wow. So, listen, Jim, we had Rob McElhenney from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia on last week to make the official announcement of the friendly match between the Union and Wrexham, and Rob made it clear, without question, he's coming to win. They want to beat the Philadelphia Union, and as much as we love Rob, we simply cannot have that, right?
Look, Rob's done a ton of great things obviously with his TV show, It's Always Sunny. I'm a big fan, as is everybody. It's really cool to have, again, him involved in soccer. I think you're seeing how much the game has grown and then, I don't want to oversimplify it, but it's becoming cooler. You know what I mean? So now guys like Rob are jumping in and taking ownership of teams. And again, he's a local guy that does so much in the community. This is an incredible event that we'll have, obviously free to the fans, which is a no-brainer to come out to a beautiful stadium in Subaru Park for a good cause with the benefits of Phil Abundance being involved. So again, thank you to Rob. Again, we have a lot of mutual friends, actually. He's a St. Joe's Prep guy, which has now turned into basically a college institution, how they recruit athletes and stuff. But it's a great, he's a great guy, great person. And again, I look forward to the game. And you're going to see our top players out there as well. Our stars are going to be on the field. It'll be a great exercise for us. And in the middle of summer, we're going to play to win as well. And we're not going to, we'll shake hands before the game, but the 90 minutes will decide who the better team is. I'll just put it that way.
Hey, can you talk about the level of competition between the MLS, the Premier League, the Euro League, and all that? Because is there much of a difference as far as the skill level?
So I would say the gap is closing. In Europe, look, they have a head start. The easiest way I can explain it, and look, these are great barroom, over a beer arguments that happen all over the world, with pro MLS fans versus we'll call them sometimes Euro snobs that think that they're the greatest thing. So look, the NBA, Major League Baseball, NHL, this is the league where everybody in the world wants to be. So they are the top leagues. The MLS is not quite at the top yet. Will it be in 10, 15 years? I do believe that with the ownership groups that are involved now. But we're still, in the probably 5th to 7th or 5th to 10th, however you want to argue it, best league in the world. So the best talent still is going to Europe. The best talent, is going to those places. So we respect that. But I do have to say the gap is narrowing. Okay. So When you compare our league, it maybe falls more into the bottom of the English Premier League. Maybe their second league would be the comparison that I would make. But look, when I was playing in the league, you couldn't even come close to making that argument. So we have really improved exponentially over the years. Our infrastructure, the stadiums, all those things have grown leaps and bounds. And certainly, like I mentioned, the ownership groups that are coming in now to our league, I'll just say these men and women don't want to do this just to be third, fourth, or fifth best league. They're going for the top. So that's the way it's moving.
What do you know about Wrexham's team? Because I know very little about them and their potential against you guys, even though it's a friendly match.
Well, like so many of the English teams, their setup is different than ours in that you can move up to the Premier League or you can drop all the way down to 5th, 6th, 7th league. So that's they have a true Cinderella story in that league where you'll see teams now work their way up to the very top and then have the emotional gut punch of getting knocked down. And there's obviously huge financial things that go in with that. You lose players when you're relegated. So there's real pressure there and accountability with every game. Whereas, you look in our leagues in America sometimes and, if the Phillies have a terrible year this year, they don't get relegated and kicked out of the league, which is how cutthroat it is over there. So I know Rob's plan will be now to take Wrexham, a club with a ton of history that is in the lower league now that they want to go move their way up over the season to get into that Premier League, which is an incredible journey to go on. It takes guts. It takes I won't use the word. I'll just say it takes guts. Balls.
Soccer ball.
Say it, right?
Yep.
Big hairy balls.
That's what his plan will be. His plan will be to move them up. And again, these owners, when they get involved, they see the passion that is involved in soccer over there in Europe, and they want to kind of get involved and work their way up. And there's been tons of stories in recent years, like Leeds United all of a sudden now is a top team in the Premier League, but they came from 4 leagues down, as recently as the past 5 years. So they're probably in the same mold as that, and Rob sees a great opportunity to make a difference there.
So something like this event, which is, and we talked about it. I mean, just the actual effort to get out and actually see a game live can result in, I think, a fan conversion, because we were talking earlier about the Olympics and about how it would maybe benefit the Olympics to have a pedestrian athlete come in and show how difficult it is, and so that you can see by comparison. When you get out and you see the actual field and how much space they're covering and the constant play, I found that I had a greater appreciation for it because of that. So an event like this, I think, is guaranteed to generate more fans.
I think you make a great point. When you do get out and see our athletes, first and foremost, they're very humble, and they'll come up, and you guys have met Sebastian. They'll come up and sign autographs. They're very personable. I'll just say they're more touchable than maybe the NBA and NFL guys are at the moment. But then to see the athleticism up close and to see how fast and physical it is, not many people know that our fastest players run the same 40 times as NFL quarterbacks do. So there's only so fast human beings can be and so athletic, and our guys are in that category. So you're right. I think the more people that hear that, the more people that recognize these guys are running 12 miles a game in 90 minutes and exerting so much energy and doing it against opponents that are just as athletic and good. I think it opens eyes. It's a great spectator game because it's 45 minutes break, 45 minutes. You know exactly what you're getting into with your family. There's not going to be the 6-hour baseball game. You have a time frame where you're in, you're out, you have a great experience. You drink a few beers, you have a great time in Subaru Park. And I agree. The more people that get to see it, the more people get hooked and are addicted to soccer.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're looking at Wednesday's forecast. Looks like it's going to be a beautiful night. You guys have Columbus that you're playing. Challenge there, or what do you think?
Yeah, they're the MLS Cup champions from last season. But the advantage we have, guys, is our stadium hasn't been completely full at full capacity, and that night it will be. And I can't wait. It happens to be my birthday, which
nice.
I know our fans have been really itching to get that thing rocking again. Look, it's been loud with the minimal crowd we're allowed to have in because of the COVID rules, but to have a packed house again is something, for the first time since we won our first trophy, will be something that will be memorable. It'll be special, and I get chills thinking about it, walking out of the tunnel knowing that it's going to be full again. You know, I'll just say it's not an easy task for Columbus. That's for sure. Some adult beverages will be had in the park the night before. We'll be ready to go, and we know our fans will bring it on the night.
Don't the rules dictate that if the coach is having a birthday, the opposing team has to concede the game on the field?
I'd love that. I'd sign up for that. I think we can institute that one. That would be nice.
Yeah, see if you can get that going.
By the way, Coach, so reading this stat, you are the second longest tenured coach in MLS history?
I think that just means I'm old. I'm old.
And with 2 more years tacked on, things are looking good to be the longest, hopefully. We'll see.
Yeah, that's the hope. And again, I can't give enough credit to my players. I've had great players through the seasons, and then also the staff. They do a tremendous job, and they make me look good, which is
excellent.
I'm forever grateful for.
Well, we will for sure see you on the 29th. We're going to do our live broadcast. We're going to do our show from Subaru Field and or Subaru Park, I should say, in conjunction with the Wrexham AFC game, so it should be pretty cool. But we wanted to get you on in advance of that, make sure people were aware of the situation. We have WMMR.com for all that info, and obviously, good luck with the game on Wednesday night, and we'll be seeing you soon.
And thanks so much for having me on, guys. I appreciate it. You guys have been with us for a long time now. And again, it speaks to how much the sport of soccer continues to grow that you guys would have me on a Monday morning and promote the game of soccer. Again, 15 years ago, I never would have dreamed of that. And I appreciate all your guys' support and keep up the great work.
Our pleasure. Thank you. Coach Jim Curtin, guys. Head coach of the Philadelphia Union. Super nice guy, hometown guy. Grew up listening to us and everything. So
He used to come to camp out. He would make donations at camp out. As a kid, he would come to camp.
They say, "What's your name, kid?"
I love it. I love it.
Hey, mister, one day I'm going to be the coach of a soccer team. That's great, kid.
Hey, mister.
All right, so we got a couple of minutes, I think, right?
Yes.
All right, and I threw out there Nick's kitty litter
What a
story,
tease.
right?
You left it dangling. Already the news.
Well, I didn't know what to go to. We weren't going to have it on.
This is it's going to live up to the hype, guys. This is maybe the greatest story I ever. No,
TV News is already in touch with us.
I know. I'm getting a lot of texts. Here's what happened. I did something stupid, and I bring it up specifically because I believe you can relate, Steve.
Yes.
And you may have some suggestions if anybody were to do this as well.
Okay.
What I did, usually the kitty litter is my girlfriend's job. I do the dishes, I do the laundry, she handles the kitty litter. And I did it the other day, and it was a full bag. There was a lot of turds in there. And I took it out, and I put it in the trash can, and I left the lid off of the trash can outside.
Right.
And then it rained. And I'm
Oh, my God.
It was the only...
You had poop stew.
It was poop stew.
Yeah.
The only bag that was in there was that. There was no other trash. Yeah. It was just kitty litter. And so now there was about 6 or 7 inches of poop water, rainwater, turds floating.
Wait, so you don't tie the bag?
I did tie the bag, Kath, but it was one of those days last week or the week before where we got a lot of rain in a short amount of time, and so not only did the water get into the trash can, it got into the bag, and then it spread out from the bag, and then the bag
erupted,
tipped over.
All right,
and so
is it one of those biodegradable bags?
Nope. Okay. It's a regular hefty bag, and there were no holes on the bottom of the trash can.
Right.
So then it sat there, and then the next day, it sat in the sun.
Right.
And it cooked and it stewed, and it was among the most foul smells I've ever smelled in my entire life.
Did it turn into like cement?
Yes.
Okay.
Then it started.
What did it taste like?
It started to like harden and
like adobe.
The kitty litter portion of the kitty litter, not the turd portion of it, became its own solidified mass.
Right.
And then like it was almost like a parfait.
Right.
On top with the turds.
Right.
And then the kitty litter. And then
when you put the ice cream on it.
Right. So what we did was what I did was dump out as much of the water as possible. Because this is a problem that I had created on my own. It's not her responsibility. And God bless her, she then took a drill and drilled some holes in the bottom of the trash can after I had hosed it out and everything like that. So hopefully this problem won't happen again. But I was a combination of heat and turds and water that led to just the awful stench.
Right. So here's what we do. We have our biodegradable kitty litter bags.
Okay.
So we do the bags. We have 13 boxes that we do twice a day. So and then what we do is we put them in a larger biodegradable bags that are so the smaller bags in the larger, And then we have a tub, like a tub you'd get at Staples.
Okay.
That you can put, we put outside the garage door with a closable lid on top of it.
All right.
So
is that like a dedicated kitty litter?
That is a dedicated kitty litter receptacle.
Maybe I need one of those.
And then at the time, and this is a little thing to know also with garbage men. They don't. If you don't realize if you're putting kitty litter after kitty litter bag in your garbage can, by the end of an active week, that thing's going to weigh 200 pounds.
Right, and I felt bad for the garbage men because I was like, they shouldn't have to deal with this.
Right.
You know, even though this is like their job is to remove this stuff. Like I wanted to go out and apologize to them because they had to come and deal with this stench and like the leftover water and the parfait crap that was at the bottom.
Right.
So I think first step might be biodegradable bags.
The biodegradable bags are great. Also, also a separate receptacle that you can just put it in and make sure that you didn't close the lid is basically what happened. And that was the issue. And again, this was an anomalous sort of thing, but you can grow. You can learn from this.
Well, that's what I want to do.
And make sure that, and I would just keep that separate from your garbage. Also, the fact that we, you collect a lot of that stuff. I mean, we're doing it on an incredibly voluminous level. The stench, we've had those little mishaps, and you just want to die. We were considering just putting our home up for sale.
It's embarrassing.
And leaving it there. Yeah, it's bad.
I've never smelled a trash can worse than that one. And,
and you think it has all the things, all the component parts of something that would smell wonderful.
Well, just regular trash will stink.
What kind of litter do you use?
Oh, man, I forget.
I'm going to tell you.
Fresh Step.
All right, so Arm & Hammer is what we use. And Arm & Hammer is the mother effer. And it's a little bit more expensive in some of them, but let me tell you, the odor killing and the clumpability and all of that stuff is top notch. So I might recommend that. You know?
I'll look into that.
Yes.
I'm so glad I don't have to do kitty litter anymore.
I know.
Oh my God, I don't miss that at all. It's just the worst. I hated it.
It's
every
the
bit
worst
of it.
part of having
owning
an
a
animal.
cat. Sure.
Any animal, really.
Yeah.
Anytime you'd have to clean up the crap of anything, it's not good. So, but now we've got it down to a science, I have to say.
Dog diarrhea is pretty bad.
Yeah.
I don't mind
use a straw.
When taking the dog out for a walk and cleaning up poop that way. Yeah. I would much rather do that than the cat litter thing.
Outside, it's like in your house.
Are you using the Arm & Hammer?
Yes, yeah.
So in the scoop thing, it's not that. The issue is when it sticks to the side, and it doesn't. It's good.
Yeah, the litter.
It's a good thing.
That litter is pretty good. I'm but it's still litter. It's
in your house.
no
Crap in your house.
Cat crap.
Someone's
in
crap in your house. Yeah.
When I was growing up, we had a cat, and he was an outdoor cat, so he didn't use the litter box that much because he would do his business outside. So it really wasn't that bad. But also at that time, the clumping technology wasn't what it is today either.
Can you flush the clumping technology litter?
Some of them claim you can. I would never do that.
Me neither.
Dr. Morton Clumpulus, who invented
He invented them?
Yeah.
All right.
So my daughter has been asking for a kitten for a while now, and I'm kind of on her side, but so her report card was exceptional. And I'm like, she has earned the right to at least foster a kitten.
Yes.
Right?
Fostering is a good idea.
Foster it, and then if she doesn't hold up her end of the bargain, then we just give it to kill it in front of her. Right?
See what you did? You didn't take. You didn't clean out the litter box.
This is you.
No,
Diane, give me a hammer.
Or
no, that's a great way to do it. And you can also just by fostering is a wonderful thing to do.
Yeah. So I have friends who were fostering cats, and I was just talking to them last week. They fostered cats, and two of the homeowners, the mother and the oldest son, are both allergic, but they love kittens so much that they just dealt with it.
There are people, you can take medicine. There's some people who could not. Like, for example, Tim Graham would just, he was a salesman here, he would die.
Right.
I mean, it's just too much.
Yeah.
Some people can mitigate it a little bit with medication, but it's tough, especially if you love cats.
How's that going with trying to talk your wife into?
It's not going to happen.
Okay.
So the other part is we don't have.
What if you made sweet love to her?
I could try that.
Yeah,
I could try that, but it probably would work.
What if Preston?
That's not going to happen. No? But I think the problem
with his long legs
in my house is I don't have. Always bragging about his long legs. We don't have a good spot in the house for
lovemaking.
The litter box.
Oh, okay. Well, listen, okay.
I don't want to put. We had
I
it
can
before.
help you with this.
Yeah, we had it before in the laundry room, and that was like the most.
You can make my brother-in-law has made a number of boxes that are actually discreetly, like there's one right next to our living room. You would not know it's a kitty litter box. They go in, we keep it clean. So Kathy, you've been to my house.
Yeah.
With 9, 10 cats, whatever time you were there, could you tell we had that?
It was actually impressive.
Yes.
You can't.
But wait a minute. What we're missing here is the. Do you remember the teaching them to use the toilet?
Yeah, we could do this.
If you start with a fresh kitten and you only have one,
you could possibly do that.
Try that. Now, I'm sure it doesn't work every time.
I
but
have the city kitty for you. I never did it.
Is a training device to get your cat to crap on the toilet.
I have
You
it,
can
Casey.
also train your cat to crap on your neighbor's doorstep and set it on fire.
You do that?
Yeah.
Wait,
the fire part too.
The cat will actually light it on
The cat
fire?
will do it, yeah. Like a practical joke.
Okay.
Yeah. Even if a Ring doorbell caught that, they would just be impressed by the fact that a cat could actually light that on fire.
This cat is lighting a match.
See, one of the arguments against said kitten is that it's not fair toward dogs, and I'm like, the dogs are going to be fine with the cat.
Well, you have to make sure. I would say the fostering, you know whether your dogs will tolerate a cat.
Yeah.
Right.
That's the best thing to do because you don't want to put your cat at risk. And sometimes even it has happened where a roughhousing dog can hurt a cat.
Yeah. I think the transition of bringing a kitten into dogs is probably easier than bringing a puppy into established cats.
Probably. The most austere transition is someone who's owned parakeets if you bring in a silverback gorilla.
Okay.
that is a very hard transition for the bird owner.
Right.
They get along great though. Like
Yeah.
after a little while,
Right,
if
to
you can
accommodate,
get through
warm
the
up.
initial stage. I always thought. I mean, I know cats and dogs. Sometimes they don't get along,
Right.
but if you do it right, you introduce them.
Absolutely.
They should be fine. So my friend she rescued a dog and a couple of cats.
Yeah.
And they lived together for like so long. And she doesn't think it was an attack situation. She thinks they were probably playing, but she had to have her cat's eye removed.
Wow.
Because she thinks that the dog got a little too rough with the cat.
It can happen.
Isn't it
Dogs like to
terrible?
snack on cat eyes.
Oh.
No. Well, listen. You have a big dog claw come down if they're playing and they're
Yeah.
getting rambunctious, and it could catch just as easily as a cat could jump up if they're playing or and an errant claw catches in an eye. It can happen.
Steve, as the resident expert, what is the consensus on outdoor cats these days? Because we had outdoor cats growing up too, and the kitty litter,
We
just
did
like
too.
you, Case, it just wasn't as much of an issue because so much of the time they would go outside to poo.
So here's the consensus is that if people will get cats for like a barn for their pooing cats.
You are an adult male, right?
and like cat. But the truth of the matter is, if you're keeping a cat in a residential situation, they are statistically going to live longer if you keep them inside.
Okay.
We have one cat that psychologically is the first time in our history that a vet said you need to allow this cat to go out.
Really?
Yes,
Was
because she started to spray at the doors
wanted to
because she
go.
was sensing that there were other animals. Now we have a fenced-in area that provides protection for her because she can go through the fence. We do there are coyotes and there's a fox population in
So
the.
will she stay in the
She
fencing?
stays in the yard.
See,
But for all the other cats statistically will live long. It doesn't mean that you can't if you are going to have a cat and you want to. I'm just saying statistically that's the case.
So the cat spraying at the door is like the woman who opens up all the shades and walks around the house naked on the inside, right?
Well, actually, it was her way of saying, "Don't come in, don't come in,
Don't come in."
Right. So if she goes out, she's spraying out around the perimeter of the. She's doing it outside as opposed to the door, right? Where she thinks.
I thought spraying was to attract.
No, you're thinking of cougars with the cigarettes and the lipstick.
No, they like mark their
I
territory.
just pissed
by
on your
doing
door.
But I feel bad for my cat because
They
he
don't-
so badly wants to go outside, and I'm like,
But I mean, a lot of times you find out the hard way. We've rescued too many cats that are just not good at being outside.
no, I know, and I don't think he would make it out there. But I mean, I will open the door, and still he will dart out the door.
You can there are enclosures that are great that are actually large, sort of meshed tents and they can go outside and they're in they're
claw through that thing in a minute.
well, you know. But I mean,
my cat would do the same exact thing, and then he'd get outside and he'd be like, "What?
What is this world?
Preston,
What is
I don't
this
even know
world?
what to do with this."
We had a cat, Peanut, Peanut was rescued from a cat hoarding situation. She had clawed into the wall of the house. Terrible story. We had her. She was wonderful. Preston, she wanted to go outside one time, so we were holding her. We put her out on the stoop. We were around her, so she couldn't get away. the wind was like, she started to duck.
What
like,
is that?
What is this?
Yeah.
What is this? A
breeze.
Yeah. What is that?
Cat, my cousin had a cat, and it was an outdoor cat, and that thing lived so long it actually got an AARP card. It was. I swear to God, I think it was like 25 years old.
That's a damn good run for a cat.
I think you have if you're gonna have an outdoor cat though, you got to start it as an outdoor cat. Like I think now, 3 years in, if I let my cat out, it'd be like,
no. Also, honestly, if you can, they will live longer indoors. That's just the truth of the matter.
Nick,
That's why keep your gorillas and your lions inside too.
Oh, definitely.
All right.
With your birds.
And close your garage. Your
put the lid on the
close
goddamn
your lid.
Yes,
Yeah.
garbage can.
All right.
Like an idiot.
Interesting. All right. Well, listen, we need to take a break. We're going to do that. We're going to come back. We're going to get some B-file stories. We have some more giveaways coming up in a minute or two, so stay with us because we won't be gone long.
You guys are free to use my jet anytime you would like.
Oh, well, that was nice of him to offer that.
I didn't know that. That's
nice
nice of him.
guy.
Yeah.
Where should we go?
Where should we go? I mean, can we do international? Is it big enough to go international flight?
What type of plane is it?
Let's start domestic, and then we'll work our way out.
South America and back?
Well,
I mean, if you do
It has America in the name.
Yeah.
All right, we need to do the bizarre file. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Maury's Piers. You get same-day ride and water park tickets to Maury's Piers for just $40. Unlimited rides on all piers and water parks. You can go to WMMR.com, keyword deal. Limited supplies. Get your combo ticket before they're gone. That is through WMMR.com. So good luck with that. Let's go with this guy. His name is Benjamin Glenn. He's 39 years old, failed to wear a mask while taking the train home from work in Singapore. Fellow commuter, and by the way, he's originally from England, so he works in Singapore. A fellow commuter secretly filmed him and put the clip on social media, prompting officers to arrest him hours later. And he had to be he spent 24 hours in a jail cell and faces up to 6 months to a year behind bars.
Wow.
This is Singapore.
That's Singapore for you. Remember, they caned the guy for gum.
Yeah, he did some vandalism.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they do not mess around with their rules at all. His passport was confiscated, meaning he couldn't return to the UK as planned with his wife and 2 children. He also lost a new job that he was due to start in the UK and fears that he could have to spend as much as 12 months on bail before his trial.
Jeez, they blew up his house, too.
He said, I don't believe there's any evidence that masks protect you from COVID-19. Normally, I would just tell people I'm exempt, and it had never posed an issue before. But now I'm stuck here without my family, and I don't even know when I'll be able to appear in court, never mind what my sentence may be. All for something I don't even believe in, he said. Okay, doesn't matter if you believe in it or not, dude. Singapore set the rules, and you got to follow them. He's been in Singapore with the British recruitment company since January 2017. In Singapore, it's mandatory to wear a mask when residents leave their homes, with very few exceptions. He said, I never normally wear a mask, but this is the first time that it's been an issue. I don't even believe that masks stop the spread of the virus in the first place. I honestly believe it's a hoax. And I don't feel there's any evidence to show mask wearing is effective in any way. From a scientific basis, I think it's nonsense. But now all I can do is wait. So his belief is, since I don't believe in it, it must not really matter. And I'd say the Singapore government...
Well, it matters to them. Whether you believe in it or not,
exactly.
Those are the rules. On another side note, I've always wanted to visit Singapore.
Me too. Yeah. My dad's been there. Loved it.
Looks beautiful.
Absolutely loved it. A murder suspect accused of shooting his girlfriend, axing his 9-year-old daughter in the head, and then stabbing and lighting his son on fire, actually cross-examined the 11-year-old boy Wednesday in a jaw-dropping courtroom scene. In the televised cross-examination, Ronnie O'Neill III, who has been representing himself at trial, at one point asked his son, "Did I hurt you the night of this incident?" The boy, who attended the hearing virtually from a child victim resource, responded, "Yes, you stabbed me."
You dumbass.
O'Neill is charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of attempted murder in connection to the 2018 incident just outside of Tampa. He has pleaded not guilty to all charges and told jurors that his son witnessed nothing and accused police of coaxing the boy into accusing him.
What's the old saying about someone who defends himself in court?
They have a fool for a client.
Yeah.
O'Neill previously gave a fiery, emotional opening statement, pacing around the courtroom and shouting out accusations of evidence tampering. He had said, "We are under some of the most vicious, lying, fabricating, fictitious government you've ever seen. By the time it's all said and done, you will see who is the mass murderers in Tampa Bay." Who is the mass murderers in Tampa Bay? Legal experts suggest O'Neill's cross-examination will backfire. Many people try to defend themselves in court, but they typically do it in civil misdemeanor cases, not murder trials.
Damn it, I could have done that better.
Dude, put his own son, who he stabbed, on, and he cross-examined him. That's just insane.
I can't believe you told the truth.
The search continued on Saturday for a hiker missing since June 8th at Grand Teton National Park. Investigators said security cameras showed Kane, how would you pronounce his name? He's from Ireland, Cian.
Yeah.
Is it Sean?
It might be Sean.
I'm not sure.
Sean McLaughlin entered the park through the Moose entrance station in Wyoming, and then 15 minutes later, about a half mile from the Lupine Meadows trailhead.
So he went into the
Why
moose?
don't you forget the
You should have
moose
forgotten it.
for a moment?
He's originally from Dublin and has dual citizenship in Ireland and the United States, was wearing a white short-sleeve shirt and red watch. They're looking for him.
So they have a moose entrance?
They do.
Why don't you
Yes.
forget the moose for a moment?
But this is yet another story of someone getting lost in one of the national parks.
He
So,
should have went in through the seahorse entrance.
yeah.
Seahorses forever.
So they're looking for him.
It's a big debate over in Ireland.
A brown bear was shot dead in northern Japan after tearing through a residential area on Friday and injuring 4 people.
It's funny. Do you ever think of a bear population in Japan?
No, I don't. A local resident in the city of Sapporo, which is due to host the Olympic marathon and Olympic race walking events this summer, first reported sighting a bear on a road in the early hours of the morning. Soon after, the police tweeted that they were on the lookout for the bear, writing that since the sighting, many others have reported seeing the bear and that people have been injured. A local station showed the bear running along a residential street.
Jogging.
Yeah, well, I guess so. They're going to have the
Olympics, yeah.
yeah, there.
Practicing to carry the torch.
Yeah.
Have a bear bring it into the stadium.
And he crossed a busy road and was pawing at the gates of a Japan Self-Defense Force military barracks before running away. Yeah.
Jeez.
The bear attacked 3 men, one of whom was seriously injured, and a woman in her 80s. The bear was shot down by 2 men from a local hunting association. Listen to this. A woman named Jill Canan orders packages for her small business all the time. But on June 5th, she started receiving Amazon packages at her doorstep that she didn't order. Lots of packages, some on pallets dropped off by huge delivery trucks. Over 100 packages later,
wow,
Canan was inundated with thousands of items that she didn't order or want. She initially thought that the boxes were supplies that her business partner ordered, but after opening some of them, she found they contained thousands of silicone support frames to use inside face masks in both adult and children's sizes. She said, when I first started receiving the packages, I called Amazon to try and give them back, but they explained to me that they were officially mine to keep since they had been delivered to my home.
Have fun.
Days went by, and the parcels wouldn't stop coming. Some came from Amazon warehouse trucks and others from UPS and the U.S. Postal Service. Each package was addressed to the home, but no sender or return address was marked on the label. At one point, Canan was speaking with Amazon representatives daily to try to determine what was happening, searching tracking numbers and scanning barcodes to find the person responsible. Meantime, packages continued to arrive. Some showed up on pallets and huge delivery trucks, and others piled up so high, a neighbor remarked that she couldn't even see the front door. Canan posted about the situation on Facebook, earning the attention of her community and local media. Finally, Amazon agreed to escalate the case, and Canan eventually received a call that said it had successfully tracked down the original order and removed her address from it, assuring her that she would not receive any more packages except for those already in transit. So she is stuck with hundreds of packages containing thousands of face mask brackets. Like there's nobody to give it back to. Nobody's going to take it. And she has all of this stuff at home.
Well, I would then sell it. What business relies on these things? Find out who they are or donate them.
Well, she consulted her 4 children on how they could use the items to make something useful. Inspired by her business, which focuses on do-it-yourself style products, the Canan family and her business partner came up with a fun idea that would ensure newly inherited inventory would not go to waste. I don't know what that idea is yet, but they're frames from inside of the face mask. It's one of those like useless pieces,
right?
What can I do with this?
The thing that keeps the pizza box from going down on the
What do you do with that?
Right. It's a very specific item.
Yeah.
That is insane. We're looking at a picture of the front stoop.
Yeah.
There are like 200 boxes.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you.
Crazy.
All right, let's give away 5 more passes to see the Fast Saga, which we have a screening tomorrow at 7 o'clock at UA King of Prussia.
It's about family.
215-263-WMMR. It is F9, the Fast Saga. So we can set you up, first 5 callers, with those movie tickets if you would like to go. So give us a call now. We'll do a lesson question, trash, music news when we get back. Stay put.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
The Preston and Steve Small Business Love You, Help You line.
Hi, Preston and Steve Show. After being called out by Nick last week for not using this incredible platform, I figured I'd give it a shot. My name is Sean Coyle. I'm the owner of the Goat's Beard in Manayunk and Wayne, and I am still looking for great
the sign.
And so when you give, in response, you give the evil eye press, like.
And he didn't think about it. It was just part of his heritage. And then when he joined Black Sabbath, of course, Ozzy was doing the peace sign, and he didn't want to do that. And then one day he just did it, and it took off, and it was something that Ronnie became popular for. Now, earlier this year, though, Geezer Butler, the bass player for Sabbath, claimed to have created the devil horns and said that he showed Dio how to do it.
Oh.
Butler said, I'd always used it. I'd always used to do it in the breakdown in the song Black Sabbath just before it goes into the fast part at the end. I'd do that sign to the audience. And on the first couple of Heaven and Hell tour shows, Ronnie said, when I'm going on stage, everybody is doing the peace sign to me. And that's an Ozzy thing. And I feel like that I should be doing something back at them. And he said, what's that sign you do in Black Sabbath? And I showed him the devil horn sign, and then he started doing it from there and made it famous. So I don't know which one's true.
Did Sarah McLachlan create the shocker?
Yes.
I thought so.
Yeah, she did do that. It's a Canadian thing. The non-profit Living the Dream Foundation made a young man named Trevor's dream of virtually meeting Corey Taylor come true before he died of a terminal brain cancer. The two recently had an hour-long conversation, which, according to Loudwire.com, touched on topics like indoor skydiving, monster truck rallies, and Star Wars. Trevor's family has agreed to release of a video sharing a portion of their conversation. Taylor said it takes 2 seconds to make a decision to be good to someone in this world. That 2 seconds can make a person's lifetime. That's all the reward I need to do what I can for the people with LTD. Trevor lost his battle with cancer a few weeks after his video chat with Taylor.
It's an amazing thing.
Yeah,
it seems like, we're watching the video and the kid that he's talking to looks ecstatic.
Yep. We know someone, a neighbor of mine, had set up something like this with Eminem, believe it or not.
Yeah.
And he did it, and it was incredibly special. And the young kid, my neighbor, passed away, unfortunately, short after that. But when somebody can reach out and do something like this, it means everything. It's unbelievable. So a wonderful thing for him to do. Foo Fighters, Sunday night, Madison Square Garden show was a bittersweet return to arenas with the recent death of the band's beloved stage manager, Andy Pollard. Pollard was saluted by the band on both their social media platforms, along with his name and photo displayed in the days ahead of the gig.
When did he pass?
On the Madison Square Garden marquee. I don't really know, Steve. They dedicated their show, the band's announcement, they posted and said, Foo Fighters dedicated their June 20th Madison Square Garden show to the memory of the band's longtime stage manager, Andy Pollard. He passed away the morning of June 18th, so he just died. I served as a Foo Fighter stage manager for 12 years. They said we're shocked and devastated by this loss. We can't imagine being on stage without Andy there by our side. He was not only a key member of our team, but a dear friend and wonderful father. Our hearts go out to his partner, Sophie Peacock, and their children, Arlo and Ren, and his family and loved ones. So that must have been hard for them to do the show.
Must have been incredibly, since it's the first time really back in the capacity in which he would serve them.
Yeah.
How old was he?
I don't know.
Okay.
Among one of the highlights, though, Dave Chappelle actually got in while the band did a cover of Radiohead's Creep. Did he sing?
He did, and man, he is a really good comedian.
That's I'm sure. So here's a clip from that. Let's hear it. over all day long on both of those piers. So you can go to WMMR.com and type in the keyword deal and get that deal as long as it lasts. Also, thank you to the Union head coach, Mr. Jim Curtin, who is on today. Super nice guy. They play tomorrow.
Nope. Wednesday.
Wednesday, I'm sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself. They play on Wednesday. And they had an awesome tie come from a 2-goal deficit last night with this crazy goal. And they're going to be playing Rob McElhenney's club in July. It's on the 29th of July. It's a free show. Rob will be here. Hopefully Ryan Reynolds will be here. We will be broadcasting live from that event.
It's going to be a special day.
And the coach was happy to talk about that. So it was good to get him on this morning and chat a little bit about that. Pierre Robert is back in from the weekend. Good morning.
And morning, good day to you.
Morning, good day. Did you have a good weekend?
Yes, very nice. Thank
Excellent,
you.
man.
You kids?
Yes, it was good.
Marvelous, marvelous.
Felt kind of lousy this weekend, but other than that, did my best.
Well, I struggled, to get it together. I have big to-do lists, and then I go, I can't do them.
I'm not going to do it right now. Yeah.
And I don't know what to do with my to-do list.
What did you...
That's what I get to do.
What did you do other than doing your to-do list?
I did the dishes.
Okay, that's something.
Hey.
They needed to be done.
No, they weren't dirty at all.
No, when I look at an overwhelming mound of to-dos, I just say pick one thing and do something. And that gets you started.
Yes.
And so I did the dishes, and then that gave me the energy to do one or two other things, and then
it does start to domino when you just need to jump in and get going. And also I've tried to follow the mantra that the second I think about it, do it if I can.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, you try. You can't always do it, but at least you'll knock them off that way.
I had like a few things left on my list yesterday, Steve, and I sat down, and you know what I thought of? I thought of Rocky Balboa.
Yeah.
When he gets knocked down, he goes, "Get up."
Yeah.
I got up, and I did what I needed to do.
Wow.
Get
I'm
up.
proud of you, son.
Gotta do my dishes.
Yeah, that's right. Sometimes you got to channel your inner Rocky.
No, a lot of you probably have dishes at home in your Russian efficiency apartment, and you probably don't want to do them. And I don't want to do them none neither. There's like a billion.
It happens to the best of them, even the champ.
Rocky IV.
Well, here we are. You ready to do the letter of the day?
I am.
Hang on a second, Case.
What happened?
Casey, I'll just hit this button. He'll do that. And then
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter.
A as in apple.
All right, and we are going to give away a Sweet Escape package at the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Atlantic City. And it includes a midweek stay in a suite, a $100 dinner voucher, and a spa package. So you book your Hard Rock Atlantic City Escape starting just $89 right now at Hard Rock Hotel, AtlanticCity.com. We will give away that prize on Friday. What's up on today's show, man?
We have blocks of Killers, Aerosmith, and the Kinks today.
Nice.
Yeah,
That's right.
You're a big Kings fan.
Love the Kinks.
Yes, awesome band.
Ray's birthday today.
Yes, it is.
Excellent. All right. Well, I want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by Acme. They have everything you need to prep for this summer season. Acme Fresh Foods, local flavors. Also brought to you by Dunkin', the official coffee of the Preston and Steve Show, and Rita's Water Ice. Try the new Ocean Splash Italian Ice at Rita's. Splish Splash Yum. Tomorrow on our program, it's a Tuesday, we'll have your opportunity to win a Preston and Steve themed tattoo, and then we'll see what else we can get into on the program. That's it. We're done. Rage on, and have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Hey, everybody, it's good to have you on the